Apparently, you're not allowed to do a cat kiss. Or in this case. He went to the left. How did she come out from underneath the house then? Uh-oh. I ran out of bowls. Oh, I see. Okay, from the left. Mom is eating leftovers. I put food out for him last night that he didn't eat. He smelled it and everything and didn't eat it. It was fancy feast. I don't know what the hell. So I put that out again tonight. It was Simon's leftovers from last night that he didn't eat. That's on us. That's on her bowl. Wow, come on. Come here. Come here. Dude, I don't know what to do with this girl, man. I've already had to pop her butt, dude. I don't like doing that shit. You keep fucking jumping the fence, man. You stop jumping the fence, baby girl. I don't know what to do. I feel bad about it, man. Feel really sweet. Stop jumping the fence. She was doing it while I was getting the stream up. I was literally in the middle. We were already live and she did it. Like, she's already eaten. She's done it twice today after eating. And the first time I didn't do anything. She didn't make it all the way out. She jumped back in. And no, 3 times she's tried. One time I just grabbed her from up there and put her down softly. The second time she jumped up and then turned around and jumped back down. And the third time was when I was going to stream up and she jumped all the way out there, tried to hide under some shit. And that's when I popped her. Just one like pop and I, no. Oh man. I don't know, man. I feel fucking dickish, man, but I don't know what to do. I've fucking got all kinds of shit taped up here. What am I supposed to do? I'm sorry, man. I wish she didn't have to stay in here. Sucks. I gotta close her up in here all night. She got the door closed on it for 12 hours out of a day now because I can't keep the wooden door open. Well, Mama's not as hungry. Whatever, dude. You guys are something else, man. Hey, don't stop it. Oh, man. Hey. Hey, come here. Come and hang out with me. I'm a friend too, you know. I hang out here with you all day long. Here. Mama. Here. Come here. Come here. Girl. Girl, sweetie. Oh, see you later. Dude, I'm fucking so flared up. I used steroids last night. I'm in a bad spot right now. My mouth sores are joining forces. Like literally, they like I have like 5 of them in one small spot, and now that's one big one. They do that. I woke up like 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night using Magic mouthwash, which is a compounded numbing mouthwash. It's kind of hard to get now. Ah, but and ah, I don't know. It's I should be used to this shit by now. I get a picture. Get off my pocket! Here's one of them, right there. All that white spot right there is a mouth sore. That's just one of them. It started off as that. You see how it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all like together, really small ones right there. And those all combined into one big one. That's the same spot that combined right there. Cool. But if they go back, even further. It's really hard for me to take pictures of the ones that are rubbing up against my back molars every time I talk or eat or anything. That's why I sound funny when I'm talking, because of those back in there. Dude, raw is an understatement. It's fucking my whole mouth is. It's like inflamed on that side of my tongue. And like the sore hurts more than it looks like it hurts. It's weird because it's a sore that's also inflamed. It's a sore that my body thinks is an invader. So it attacks it and inflames it. So normal sores, those be a little sore and they'll heal. My sores, my body is like, whoa, the fuck? Attack, attack, attack. And it just keeps on attacking me, killing me. Crazy. Tongue, got on the corner of my mouth right there. Yeah, was hurt too. When I get this flared up, it's hard to pinpoint where they all are because it hurts to even look for them. I just move my tongue around looking. Oh, definitely some over there. But it's been way worse than this before. I'm not emergency room. Like, I'm not thinking about the emergency room. It's been so bad that I've had to go in because I couldn't eat or drink anymore. Yeah. I can still do that. They're not like they get coated in my throat sometimes so badly that like just swallowing water. I did not have any alcohol last night. Also, so that sometimes when I've been drinking like nightly, I just stop. Sometimes that can cause me to flare up even more too, because it's like my body's response to the added stress of not drinking. Figure. Double-edged sword. When I originally got on Xanax, it was because it got rid of my mouth sores. Actually, it was the only thing that was working. And without it now, I'd probably be way worse. Hey, Miss Bungle. Xanax, that's the cool name. I think it's the coolest Saudi drug. Xanax. I've always thought it was the coolest. Had the coolest name. It's spelled the same forwards and backwards too. Very neat. What is that called? Look how hungry she is, man. What do y'all think I should do? Dude, do you think I'm underfeeding her? I feed her, you can look up the feeding guidelines. I feed her over 3.5 cans a day. Have you seen the sign in my kitchen? Hold on, I'll be back. God damn! Really? Are you fucking stupid? What are you doing? You fucking shit. What are you doing? Here. Here. Fuck. Just fuck my door up while you're cracking the shit out of it. Great. Dude. Y'all see that shit? She missed the door. She tried to jump on top of the door but didn't grab it right. It didn't fucking fail. She had to have hurt herself. You don't think a feet are too little though, do you? Come on. So, get the fuck out of my way. What are you doing? Asshole. Ah, he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing when he just stands there. Anyway, I bought this, dude, I got this at Ross. The Cafe Mocha Vodka Xanax Latte to go, please. Ross had that for like $4. It was a random Ross purchase. I mean, I didn't go looking for that sign, is what I'm saying. I wasn't like, hey man, I need a sign to let everybody know I do that. I was just like shopping, looking at stuff. I was like, what the fuck kind of crazy sign is this, man? Yo, $4, I gotta get it. Give an extra spoonful. I get, dude. I just know I do this shit exactly. What do you mean an extra spoonful? Another quarter of a can? Because that would be roughly like 20 something grams. The can's like 85 grams. I don't think that's gonna like satisfy her hunger for the day, though, dude. She acts hungry after every meal. I very seriously doubt a quarter of a can is gonna make that go away. All right, well, for lunch, I'll start giving her. I'll give her. When I start getting fat, man. I can give her more for lunch. That's what I'll do, I guess. I think she's just bored, though. Jump in the morning. Yeah? That's not even the longest she goes between meals, because I feed her at 3:30 and then I don't feed her again till midnight. Then I feed her again in the morning, so that's a shorter amount of time than 3 to midnight, 3:30 to midnight. Drugs was acting weird last night. I didn't stream it, but I went to feed him at like 3:30 or 4. And he got up and went out and sniffed the food and was like, nope, didn't want any of it. And then came back into the backyard and wait, no, actually I think I pushed him out of the backyard because he was getting all up in the fucking way. Yeah, he plopped down, was getting in the way of the fence. He wouldn't let me close it. I grabbed him and threw him back out. Oh no, I acted like I was gonna smack him with the plates. I didn't. I was just like, hey, But yeah, he was. And then I looked again at like 8, and he wasn't out there anymore. So, like, I looked before going to bed. Also, I think but he's out there first thing in the morning. Not finishing his food though. Neither one of them is if they are just like, yeah, we'll go to the other spot because your food's kind of sucking lately. Oh no, that's not good. Probably cause that to happen. I did hear a fight the other night, a couple nights ago. I really don't know if it's because of me though. Um, I have a suspicion that Tux is somebody else's cat, and I'm helping to feed it for them. And I don't think they're giving it any flea medication, and he might have needed the Giardia parasite, other parasite medication that I gave him. It worked for more than just Giardia. Plus, they could be just feeding him dry food too, and he never drinks water, so it could be that he's getting more hydration. So he's got more water weight on him. He's not dehydrated, possibly. I've not once seen him drink water. I really doubt that anybody else is feeding him wet food. because he's turning his nose up at Fancy Feast Wet right there. If someone else is feeding wet food, they got more disposable income than I do. Which I'm not in a neighborhood that's a thing, really. If anything, they're probably giving dry food because of where I live. Or I'm not in Beverly Hills. Oh, that was a shitty bowl, but good thing I got one more bowl of some actual grass left in here. Dude, I didn't do any. I did one Cyber Monday special. One. Anybody think you can figure it out? What genre did I go with? Here you go. I went with getting Simon's heart medicine 50% off. I don't know if he'll live long enough to take it. At least I know I got heart medicine for days. I got 3 months supply. No, three. I got 3 bottles actually. And it comes with 50 per bottle. So that's like, that could be almost a half a year supply. That was it. I should have got some things. I should have got some more stuff. But I didn't really see any like phenomenal deals though on sardines. I might not have looked in the right places. I'm not in a big mood for spending money lately. Did y'all get anything? Anything nice? Black Friday? Oh, and I made it so that I could continue getting the Restream app for the low. I had to renew it, but I don't have to pay for it until I guess it renews. I'll be like $500. It'll happen in May. So I have until May to decide whether or not the streaming thing's for me. But that's a chunk of change. It makes it so I can stream on 8 different platforms though. Right now I'm only doing 7. I'm like the only person I know that streams on this many platforms. Northwest Media. Yeah, I think it's partially because it's so expensive to do it. Like now, they're not even offering the plan that I buy to people. To to do as many that I'm doing, you gotta pay over $1,000, like $1,400, and that's when it's 50% off. That's what it says. Look, I'll show you guys. Kind of crazy. They're changing the pricing for new people apparently. Like, so y'all know, like what I'm doing is unusual, extremely unusual. Stream to as many platforms as I stream to. So if I put this right here, see, this is the one I get billed $490 per year. Right here, the professional. So it allows me to stream on 8 different channels and this other shit that I don't really care about. All I care about is that. But look at this, to upgrade. Oh, and this is still 50% off. I was wrong. It's $1,800, not $1,400 yearly. But it bumps it up to 20 channels. And the reason why I say to get what I got, I have to spend a lot more. What I have to do is I have to show you by going to their website. I'll go on a different browser where I'm not logged in. I'll go to their pricing. Oh, it is 14 something. Yeah, okay, so I was right. So, but look, this is their new pricing model. For 282, which is less than I'm paying, you only get 5 channels. And if I only had 5 channels, I would have to cut out probably X and maybe Rumble or Kick. Yeah. And that would be kind of a bummer to have to do that. I would have to pay $1,434 to do what I'm doing now. That's their new price model. So having the ability to do 7, I actually can do 8, so I can do one more. $1,434. That's crazy, dude. They're charging over 3 times as much now for it. Well, oh, that was the only other thing I spent Black Friday funds on, but I didn't have to spend anything yet. Oh, I got some in the roof of my mouth too, says T. Ayo. Sorry about those. In the back of the roof of my mouth. Where are they? I heard. I can't see them. I don't know where they're at. It's all on flame though. Dude, look at my mouth. I look like I have a horse's mouth. This shit. Bro. Like this, I don't think I've had anybody tell me that before. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could take them back, you know? I really do. Like, I keep thinking about that guy the other night on PUBG, man. I just took it all out on him, man, because I felt like he was fucking trying to make a fool of me in front of his family or something. But he probably just thinks I'm an idiot. I lost some subs that night, though, and I wonder if that was partially why. Like 2 subs, I think. And a lot of, dude, the reason the community is so small is because a lot of stupid shit that I've said. That's a fact. It's the main reason the community is the way it is, and the land is barren. I gotta go pick Simon's food up now. In and out. Simon, back. Fuck. You just got in here. What are you doing? I need to smoke, dude. I'm more on edge now because I just cashed out that fucking dab rig. I need the full effect to get calm. Who was that? The casual quad solo? Dude, I need to start highlighting more of the good games. Damn. I think it can be done after the fact too. So I don't know if I can make a highlight of a highlight. Did I highlight that one? Because if I did, maybe I should. I vaguely remember it. I think I highlighted it though. I do appreciate you playing it. Oh, I uploaded to Doe. Cool. Wait. Oh, I don't know which one you're talking about. What's it titled? It's it is PUBG though, right? Yeah, if it's PUBG, I think I know it's that recent casual solo one probably. Hey, I should do that more often too. Oh, he was on Doe. I streamed on Doe. I've been thinking about doing that. I could stream on Doe at the same time every night. I do that at the same time as the Doe show. I still have one more slot to stream another platform. And the chat would still be on the screen for it. I don't know. One 124. Oh man. Oh wow, that's an old one then. You got the link? You can post links in here. You're a mod. And more people Twitch. Interesting. I was probably getting people to come over there because I just got demonetized again. I think I was pissed off at YouTube. I'm still pissed off at fucking YouTube, dude. It's just they're the biggest search engine, and discoverability on Twitch is like next to nothing. You have to stream other places, or at least put content out in other places so people come to the Twitch stream. I probably should start only streaming on Twitch. Oh, it's somewhere in here? Oh, just barely had more. But it was about even, huh? Interesting. Wow, 6-1. 7. Holy shit. 8. 10? What was happening over there? Very interesting. Huh. I wonder if I should start doing that then. But, damn it. I've made this like routine. Okay, what I can do is stream to the Doe show but turn chat off and funnel them over to Doe. You know what I mean? Like I did that one day with this when I was streaming on the other channels, but I didn't turn chat on. Damn, I was already wearing. I was already wearing the Joe Dirt outfit by then. Different gloves. So I am PUBG Joe Dirt. I don't change it up too much except for the holidays. People talk about it. Oh, they were already talking about it too. It's been a thing, man. So it's sort of like I'm probably actually starting to be recognized in the console community because I do the Team Finder shit so much. I talk so much shit to people. And some of them they even pop into them, and I leave them because their rep isn't high enough, so they see me and they're like they have to notice that it looks like that before I just say fuck you, I'm out. And I do it for hours, not just a couple, like 8 sometimes. Yeah, I'm becoming somewhat of a PUBG celebrity. I can't find the game though. What do you mean it's around? You don't have a specific. I already had that too. Holy shit! I haven't done much in a year. I already had the Aston Martin by then. I was rocking the wanted backpack. I already had that Acoin helmet too. How about wait? But I was still using resting. That's not an Acoin helmet. Right before the 4 hour. Uh, it must have been a really body game. Did I look into it afterwards? Because back then they were hooking us up with many more bots, less cheaters than it is now. I don't I don't know if I can go back to this game on PUBG Lookup and find out. A silver, probably. Moments talked more back then too, though. I was a four. I was a four. We were like, "Are you my mom or my dad?" Is it? Uh huh. I doubt I can go back that far and check it out. Damn, even this had 94 views on it. I don't even get that many views today on the No Show streams. Often, yeah, it was 10, 11 hours though. I don't know where I should be doing it at. And I don't recognize any of those names. I don't think I play with them now at all. None of them. Fuck, man. I already had back then. That was almost a year ago. The two medals that I'm rocking right now on my call sign, I had it a year ago. That's embarrassing. I haven't got an ace. Gold. Or survivor pass gold. And those are really good medals we putting up back in the day. Then now, not so much after another year and still haven't moved them up. That sucks. How you got? I should have looked at this on know what I'm looking at it on. It's go dirt. It's gone now. Why do you want to leave, dude? There's no food out there. You just want to walk around, stretch your legs, show her that you can go somewhere and she can't. What the fuck is your problem? Huh? What do you need to do that for? You just hang out with me? Come here. Simon, come here. Simon. Come here. Come here. Simon. Come on. Come on. Boy. He heard her meow. He wasn't going to come at first, and he heard her. He chirped kind of when I said, Simon, come here. And then he was like, well, no, I ain't going to let her beat me to it. Boy. I got to clean up some around here today. Do some dishes. I've got a ton of liquor bottles empty that I was like thinking about selling on eBay or some shit. At this point, there's over like 50 liquor bottles sitting in my kitchen floor, not my bathroom, my kitchen floor, and some in boxes, some not in boxes. Like I know for sure that the Fortaleza tequila bottles go for some money because they got handmade cork stoppers on them, and the glass is supposedly hand blown. Um, but there's a few other ones. Like I have all those fucking Utopias bottles sitting around. 11 Utopias bottles. People sell their empty liquor bottles, and a lot of them will say unrinsed on them. For some reason, so you can smell it. Apparently, she wasn't fed as much as she wanted at the other place. I just realized that shadow or the reflection in the window makes it look like there's oil or something on the sidewalk there. Everywhere that the reflection is, it's the tripod. Yeah, I need to stir up that other plate. It's kind of pushed down now. No cats like it when it gets like that. She doesn't care, or she doesn't care. She'll eat anything. It's actually wet though. Oh well. South Korean president declares martial law. I can't hear any. Oh, there it is. Might be a big deal. Why? From 40 minutes ago. It's still live though. It says right here. Live from Seoul after South Korea president declared martial law Tuesday, vowing to eliminate anti-state forces. Yoon has struggled against an opposition that controls the country's parliament, which he accuses of sympathizing with communist North Korea. Oh shit. Is it happening? I don't remember this ever happening before. There she goes, out of the house. I've seen him much more this morning. This might be. When was the last time Korea declared martial law? It says right here, I got what you need, baby. It says right here, I got what you need, baby. How do you call it? How does it feel? I'm not present, brother, in the past game, living in the fast lane life for real, baby. Since the founding of the Republic of Korea, August 15th, 1948, martial law has been declared 10 times in response to crises such as the Usisacheon Rebellion and the Korean War. Oh, and the Korean War was one of them. That's cool. Okay, has martial law ever been used in the U.S.? Andrew Jackson imposed martial law in New Orleans in 1815 to secure the city during the Battle of New Orleans, or as I like to say, Nolens. Battle of Nolens. It kept the city under military control even after the battle, leading to tensions with civilians. After the Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor, martial law was declared white. Civilian courts were replaced with military tribunals, and the military controlled many aspects of daily life until the territory returned to civilian governance in 1944. In 1957, in Little Rock, Arkansas, Governor Orville Faubus initially declared martial law to prevent the desegregation of Central High School. Later, President Dwight Eisenhower sent federal troops to enforce desegregation, overriding the governor's actions and ensuring the integration of the school. Fucking hurt. Let's see how to exhilarating. We've only done it 3 times. Well, the federal government's done it 3 times. 2 times. Like, it's a big deal. It could lead to war. It could lead to a war. Some sort of war in Korea. Right now, right when we're changing presidents. Very interesting times. You have a civil war. Who is in the building? I don't fucking know. Who are these people? Same goes. Who are the people yelling? Who knows? What are they yelling? What do they want? Justice. What do we want it now? We don't get it. Shut it down. Probably something along those lines. Or it's Black Lives Matter. Black Lives. Wait, are they doing it? Oh, they're definitely not doing that one. I haven't seen a black person yet. I think they make soup out of them there. Wait, Korea? What do they do with them there? Yeah, let's see. I know they eat monkeys in India, dude. Like monkey brains. That's all I was trying to know. It was a bad joke, maybe. I was in Indiana Jones though. So maybe they see so few with black people they would think of. Have you seen one yet? Dude, in North Korea, I bet they look at black people like they're straight out of a fucking zoo, dude. They must. They don't get to look at anything outside of their country as far as internet. So, like, do they even have black people on their TV? I doubt it. So, like, when Dennis Rodman went there. So he probably made it onto their national news because he was hanging out with their supreme leader. I bet they were tripping out on that shit. And that was good for American relations too that Dennis did that. Nobody talks about that. He went to North Korea before Trump did. He had a crypto shirt on as he was going through the airport too. He was trying to promote crypto at the same time. Certain crypto. Or crypto in general at the same time too. That was really interesting, dude. Dennis Rodman, of all people. You were fighting. Everybody was kung fu fighting. That's what faster fighting. Those people trapped in the building and can't get out. There's a bunch outside right here and a bunch inside. I haven't slept with me for a while last night too, right next to my head. And sometimes I gotta get him out of there because he starts licking first thing in the morning before I'm up yet. I can't remember if that's when he left or not, or it happened one night recently. His coat's looking nice. He's always got these eye boogers lately, though, and it concerns me a little bit. I guess that's just something with getting older, because I got this shit all the time, too.
지휘선상에 위치해야 되고 비상연락 체계를 유지해야 되는 그런 상황까지 있었고 또 소속 경찰력을 20%까지 동원할 수 있을 정도의 비상 수준인데 이제 국회 앞에 이제 국회 주변을 이제 경찰들이 이렇게 에워싸면서 이제 피립을 통제를 했었는데 이제 우원식 의장이 이것을 즉시 풀어라라고
You know how cold it is?
모습을 함께
3.3
보셨습니다.
Celsius?
예, 가결과 동시에
That
본회의장
was one thing about
안에서는
the Korean
의원들의
War no
박수가
one
터져
really talks
나왔었고
about, dude.
지금 전해지는
How
소식으로는 국회 앞에
brutally
있는
fucking cold it
시민들은
was.
계엄 해제 요구한
I talked to
가결에
this one dude
환호를
at the
했다라는
VA.
소식까지
He
들어와
was at,
있습니다.
I
자,
wheelchaired
그리고
him. He was having like hip
지금
surgery
한국
or something.
상황을 미국과 일본도 굉장히 주시를 하고 있을 텐데요. 외신 반응들은
He said
어떻습니까?
it was so cold there that there was this incident where they had to get in the snow and bury themselves. They had to get out of the tank because the tank was too cold.
저희가 계속해서 좀 전해드렸는데
Burying themselves in the snow was the only option, or they were
AP
going
같은
to
이제
fucking,
주요 외신들은 윤
freeze to death
대통령이
in whatever
정부가
situation. Maybe
마비됐다고
they
말하면서 이제
the
계엄령을
tank was
통해서
incapacitated. I can't remember.
말했다.
예.
이런 윤 대통령의 발언을 속보로
Maybe they just weren't
내보냈고
capable
이후
of
이어진
producing
일련의
enough heat
사태들도
with their systems
계속해서 신속하게 보도를 하는
into
모습을
the
볼 수
tank for how
있었습니다.
cold it was
또
because
각국
I mean it's
반응도
metal
나왔는데요.
on
예.
cold. It really was a very
미국
good
같은
conductor of
경우에는
cold. I can
미국
imagine in the
부장관이
50s when
한국 상황을 중대한 우려
that war
속에서
was going
주시하고
on,
있다 이렇게 입장을 밝혔습니다. 좀 계속해서
military was a
외신들의
harsher
보도가
environment.
쏟아지는 상황이라서 해당 내용을 좀 다시 한번 좀 정리를 해서.
Oh man, that was cool. We were getting some back of behind the scenes footage like that shit. Icebox, it must have been. I guess because he was saying that it was miserably cold there. Because I started talking about like it's a shame there aren't more movies depicting the Korean War because there are a lot of men that lost their lives there and got maimed, got fucking frostbite, lost their limbs and shit. Like, the stories that aren't like talked about, like we know about the Battle of Bastogne and how those guys were out there in the freezing cold because we got movies like Band of Brothers and stuff that Battle of the Bulge. They show us how they had to really suffer. Even with Civil War movies, like we have that with Vietnam movies. There are hardly any Korean war movies. I don't know why. Every other war has a decent amount of movies. You know, I just don't know about them, and why not? Why aren't they as popular if that is so? Are we ashamed of that war? More so than others? Looks like a straight gangster. On the right with the black. World War I movies. Really? Hey, Joker. Are there barely any World War I movies too? I mean, in comparison to World War II, probably. We weren't as involved with World War I as we were with World War II, though, were we? And maybe that's why. Were we not that involved in Korea as the others? Let me see. I'll check the numbers out. How many USA service members in World War I?
자, 인터뷰 저쪽.
4.7 to 4.8 million Americans served in World War I. Okay. So let's see what World War II is. 16 million. Yeah, so a lot more people in it. A whole lot more people. Wow. 3 times more. 2 times more. More than 400,000 Americans died in World War II. Alright, how many service members died in World War I? 400,000 in World War II. I thought it would be higher than that. 116,000 World War I. Alright, what about Korea? They died. 4 times as many died in World War II than World War I. Korea, only, that's it. Not enough people died, so we don't care about it. 36,574. Damn. 12% of U.S. military deaths from Korea are missing. Dude. Holy shit, that's crazy. 8% were captured military deaths, so they were probably tortured to death. Wow. You were gonna die in Korea. You had a 20% chance to either end up missing or captured. If you were going to die there. That's how you were gonna go. Not from getting blown up and dying instantly. No, you were gonna be missing your captured. Damn. That's crazy. Vietnam must be way higher than 58, 20, 220.
예, 선배님. 예, 하고 있습니다.
Between 2001 and 2021, only 2,459 service members died in Afghanistan. That's so few comparison. 20 years. I feel like we should have probably just stayed there. You know why? Because now we're way too dependent on Israel. When we had the air base Afghanistan, we'd have to depend on Israel so much to keep the peace out there. Oh my God, what are we doing, man? I can't believe we got, dude, I'm with Trump on that one. Like, we had a lifting off point right there for our air. For jets and shit, for if we ever had to just deploy instantly out of the Middle East, we were there, and we weren't even getting that many casualties from it. Comparison, whatever. Oh, I believe it, Joker. Yeah, we're paying them to do what we were doing. Like, the whole guise of pulling out to save America money because we were spending all kinds of money in Afghanistan. Now we're just funneling it to Israel instead, so they can do the job we were doing. Because we had our own people out there doing intelligence gathering and shit. So we had control of a very centrally located airport. We retrofitted with the newest equipment. Holy shit, what did we do? Supposedly they bashed in a lot of this shit before they left, but still, we wasted all the money on it and left it. Like, they can fix the consoles. As long as they didn't bash in the boards, they can probably fix it. Some shit from Iran. I know, it's like in the hundreds of billions, ain't it? So we could be like watching the beginning of some serious shit right now. Actually, martial law in Korea has started an hour ago. Military is starting to go out. This has happened only 10 times in their history since the 40s. I mean, that's a lot, kind of, but One of the times was the beginning of the North Korean War. Hey, Fortnite, you do it. If I leave this bad boy up. Just leave your phone in the corner, man. Something. Oh, shit. That's it. I'm pretty sure I dreamed last night that I was on board a ship in the Navy. Having like little flashbacks. That's a sign of their like. Oh, some shit's about to pop off in the world, man. We're in a very weird state, and this happening right now is extremely abnormal. It's like we got 2 months to go, man. Or is it less than that now, right? Why does the whole world want to implode before it happens? What the fuck? What if South Korea invades North Korea? The thing is, North Korea has nukes, dude. Right? I'm sure North Korea has nukes, dude. And they can nuke the shit out of South Korea if they want. They got a ton of short and medium range missiles, too. Just for this scenario. Just so, if they're going, motherfucking South Korea is going with them. Right? Because, you know, they do the parades with all of them every year. They're really just flexing to South Korea. We're in South Korea, so there's that. Is that a NATO thing? Is that why we're in South Korea? IRUSA. U.S. troops, the backbone of stability on the Korean Peninsula. That's what I'm talking about. We're there. We're fucking there. If we weren't there, South Korea and North Korea would probably be fighting each other. One of them would have probably won by now. Or like, hey, no more fighting. No more fighting. You guys stopped it. We have kept troops stationed in South Korea since the end of the Korean War. These forces deter a potential North Korean attack, strengthen the U.S. alliance with South Korea, and provide a counterbalance to a rising China. As their presence serves vital national security interests, their full withdrawal should not be included in any nuclear deal with North Korea. U.S. forces in Korea deter a North Korean attack as they provide both the credibility and operational capacity to ensure that North Korea does not view an invasion of South Korea as having a high probability of success. Troops provide credibility to the United States' commitment to defend South Korea as their physical presence virtually ensures they would be involved in defending South Korea if a conflict were to break out. Additionally, American troops provide the operational capacity needed to deter a North Korean attack because their advanced weaponry changed the North Korean calculus against the invasion of the South. Finally, U.S. forces in South Korea allow the U.S. to hedge against a rising China. 2 air bases the U.S. maintains in South Korea, Osan and Busan. ensure that the United States will always have a platform to launch its aircraft in the region. And that's what I was talking about, Bagram. Same thing, we lost that capability. What's the closest airbase that we have now? That was that big? I don't know. We might have something in Iraq or some Saudi Arabia. Where do you have something? This is particularly important as China has developed a new class of anti-ship missiles which are specifically designed to impede U.S. carrier operations in the region. Oh, really? In spite of the vital functions U.S. troops serve, the Trump administration ordered a study of the withdrawal of U.S. troops in May. Subsequently, Trump stated that he would love to get the military out of South Korea as soon as we can because it costs a lot of money. Oh, for real? The state ignores the fact that the South Korean government contributes over $800 million a year to the maintenance of U.S. forces, which is roughly half the annual cost of U.S. troops stationed there. That's pretty good. Pay for half of it. Withdrawing from the Korean Peninsula has been one of the North Koreans' most important demands, and unilaterally raising the issue only weakens the U.S.'s negotiating position. The conclusion of a diplomatic agreement reduces threat to U.S. interest in the region. The U.S. could consider a partial withdrawal of its forces. However, it should not completely withdraw its forces. Doing so would jeopardize its vital national security interests and embolden the North Koreans to make greater demands. So too. This is from 2018. I had a roommate that was stationed in South Korea at one point. Air Force. Back in the 2010s, 2012, 2013. Yeah, it did never end, I guess. They were demilitarized zones, so. Dude, the ZMZ is like 2.4 miles. I didn't realize it was so big. Yeah, it's 2.5 miles wide. Because they both pulled back their troops 1.25 miles. And it's 250 kilometers or 160 miles long. I didn't realize it was so big, dude. Yeah, she said it just like that, too. Ow, like an ankle. I had to move. I'm sorry, Simon. My fucking ankle's killing me. Oh. Ow. What was I thinking? Had in the same position for too long. Hit it, man. Oh, look at him licking. He's licking. He's so itchy lately, Simon. Licking all his fur off. As long as he doesn't start licking his fucking balls so much that they start bleeding like they did that one time. Shit. I just heard me say that as they were walking by. So it's, yeah, somebody's not doing that because he's super itchy, you know. The DMZ zone is massive. What is this? Biden is still. Hold up.
Africa and the United States together.
Hold up.
We remember the stolen men.
Fuck on. This just started.
I'm going to show you all our seats. We're gathered in a solemn.
Watch Biden deliver remarks at Angola's National Slavery Museum in Africa.
A solemn location.
This should be good.
Because to fully consider how far our two countries have come in our friendship, we have to remember how we began. We hear them in the wind and the waves. Young women, young men, born free in the highlands of Angola, only to be captured, bound, and forced on a death march.
But they did that to their own
this very
people.
coast,
What are we talking about?
by slave traders in the year 1619. In the building next to us, they were baptized into a foreign faith against their will. Their names changed against their will to Anthony.
What the fuck is he doing there, man? Why is he making people more racist? I don't know, the audio's fucked up for their thing here.
Where they were sold into servitude, and became two of the first enslaved Americans. In a place that 150 years later would become the United States of America.
Why the fuck they bringing up old shit and just rehashing it? Hey, remember when y'all were all slaves? I didn't fix the sound, they did. Remember y'all were all slaves? Remember how bad it was? Remember what the white man did to you? Remember? I hate myself. I hate my ancestors. Oh, remember?
America.
I'm not doing that. They're doing it. They're not letting us hear it.
The beginning of slavery in the United States. Cruel, brutal, dehumanizing. Our nation's original sin. One that haunted America.
Our nation's original sin.
From the bloody Civil War.
Oh, fuck on. Were we the only nation that had damn slaves? Hell no, we weren't. By far, guess who had slaves first? Africa. Yeah, they had slaves before we did. Hell yeah, they did. You know who? Us. They had white slaves. The fuck? Fuck you, Biden.
That nearly tore my nation apart for the long battle with Jim Crow into the 1960s, for the civil rights and voting rights movement, which got me involved in public life, during which American cities were burned, to the still unfinished reckoning with racial injustice in my country today. Historians believe...
Bruh. What the fuck is all over this screen that I'm looking at? Bugs that have tried to land on him? But it's really dirty. Why is he... What do you mean? What is so bad here? The injustices of the black man in America right now. And this is just giving people ammo to be like, yeah, man, he's right. We still are. It's like he's priming them to start breaking shit once Trump goes in office and doesn't do any of this shit. They're like, hey, why isn't he doing the stuff that Biden was doing? He's getting them used to this stupid shit, dude, is what's happening. Intentionally. Our government's doing it. It's not him. It's the people that are like, hey, man, we got to do this now. Come on, let's get up on the podium. We're doing this now. We got to piss off the fucking black people for when Trump's in office. And he's not doing any of this all of a sudden. They're going, hey, man, why isn't Trump doing the stuff Biden used to do and talking about how bad we got it and shit? Huh? Why doesn't he care about us like Biden did? You know what I mean? They think that's caring about them, keeping them down, telling them that their ancestors had to go through a bunch of shit, and you still have to go through a bunch of shit. You got to struggle more than everybody else, and that's why you're in a bad place. It's not because you're not applying yourself enough. It's not because you're not dedicated or motivated. It's because of your past and what the white man's doing to you. Like, what the fuck is he? Fuck the Democrats, man.
People from Angola accounted for a significant
Fuck you,
number
Democrat piece of shit motherfuckers.
People shipped to America. Today, millions of African Americans have roots in Angola. As I said at the U.S. African Leaders Summit that held in Washington 2 years ago, our people
I'm ready for civil
lie
war.
at the heart of the deep and profound connection that forever binds Africa and the United States together. We remember the stolen men and women and children who were brought to our shores in chains, subjected to unimaginable cruelty. Here with us today are 3 Americans who are direct descendants of Anthony and Isabella, whose first enslaved Africans in America. Wanda Tucker of Hamilton, Virginia. Wanda, are you there? There you are, Wanda. God love you. Her brother Vincent, and Carolita as well. Thank you for being here. We're going to write history, not erase history. The Tuckers learned their family history around the dinner table. That history led Wanda here in Angola a few years ago. She did not speak the language, but that didn't matter. When she arrived, Wanda said she felt something profound, like she'd come home. That was her comment to me. She called it the connection without words. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to honor that connection between our people and to pay tribute to the generations of Angolans and American families like the Tuckers who have served in government I've served in government over 50 years. I know I only look like I'm 40 years old, but I've been around hanging in the government for, I hate to admit it, for 50 years.
That's fucking stupid.
But in that 50 years, I've learned a lot.
Shouldn't be a thing.
Most importantly, I've learned that while history can be
It's
hidden,
supposed to be a thing
it
like
cannot
that.
and should not be erased. It should be faced. It's our duty to face our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the whole
supposed
truth.
to fucking do what he's doing.
That's what
with
great
the
nations
lifelong
do.
Bullshit.
That's why I chose to speak here at the National Slavery Museum today,
Our forefathers didn't do that.
just as I toured. And that's why your president
Assholes.
visited the National Museum of African American
Fuck you,
Culture
Biden. Shut up.
in Washington, D.C.,
Carry on.
the second most visited museum in the States. And he did it a few years ago. He saw what I see, the stark contradiction between my country's founding principles of liberty, justice, and equality, and the way we long treated people from Angola and from throughout Africa. I've often said
Or Angola
America is
is.
the only nation in the world founded on an idea. Most countries are founded based on race, ethnicity, religion, geography, some other attribute. But the United States founded on an idea, one embedded in our Declaration of Independence. That is that all men and women are created equal and deserve to be treated.
Fucking idiot for bringing that shit up. Because guess what? When they were declaring that, they were whipping motherfuckers. So don't even talk about that shit, you idiot. They weren't considered equal at the time of the writing of the Declaration of Independence. And, like, so, imagine being a black person and hearing him say that and being like, yep, took a while for that to come back around, though, didn't it?
Equally throughout their lives. It's abundantly clear today we have not lived up to that
Slap in the
idea.
face. Well, now
But
we
we've never
have. What do you mean? See, that is some bullshit. That's where he's getting stupid. Well, no, we fucking civil rights movement, all that. We're good now. We're good now. But black people commit more crime than white people do. But him doing this is giving them like ammo to be like, yeah, and it's the white man's fault that happens. They're keeping us down, man. The president even said it.
walked away from it either. And that's due in no small part to the determination and dreams of African Americans, including Angolan Americans, the proud descendants of the diaspora who helped build my nation as they rebuilt their own families and their own sense of self. They were the forebears as well, resilient, faithful, even hopeful. Hopeful that joy would cometh in the morning, as it says in the Bible. Hopeful that our past would not be the story of our future. And hopeful, in time, the United States would write a different story in partnership with the people brought here in chains to my nation from Africa. It's a story of mutual respect and mutual progress. That's the history that brings me here. The first American president ever to visit Angola. Over time, and I'm proud to be.
Oh my God. Who gives a shit about Angola?
Over time, the relationship between our countries has been transformed.
That's why.
From distance to genuine warmth. Today, our relationship is as strong as it's ever been. Throughout my presidency, it's been my goal.
Dude, Angola's GDP in 2023 was 84.72 billion. I don't know. That's like an average fucking African country. Kenya is at 113 billion. Tanzania, 75. Wait, no. 107 for Kenya and 79 for Tanzania. Yeah, so. Oh, the oil industry drives about half of the country's gross domestic product and constitutes about 90% of its exports. Also rich in diamonds, the great majority of the country lives in poverty. So now what do we need to do? Like, they're selling the shit out of oil. They live in poverty. Now we got to send them all kinds of aid, man. Yeah, they should be eating steaks.
The goal of the United States to build a strong partnership with peoples and nations across the continent of Africa. True partnerships aimed at achieving shared goals, bringing to bear the dynamism of America's private sector and the expertise of our government to support aspirations of African entrepreneurs, experts, leaders, both inside and outside of government.
Can we just fucking concentrate on America, motherfucker? Why do we need to be going to Africa trying to make better Africans? Can they make each other better on their own? What is that?
Because we know the challenges that define our age demand African leadership. 1 out of every 4 human beings on Earth will live in Africa.
Like, why do the Western civilizations have to train all the other civilizations to act right? Fucking annoying, man. Can they not read a book on their own?
By the year 2050. And the ingenuity, determination of young Africans in particular, like the young society leaders I just met with here today.
I just recently saw a video on Reddit. Fuckers in Africa chucking spears at each other. Yeah, in the city, like not city, but it's like rural area, dirt roads and shit. They were sitting here, literally. I can't even show it on stream, dude, because they were hitting each other with them.
Will be undeniable forces in that human progress. That's why I'm so optimistic, because of that generation. In no small part, it will be in their hands, in the hands of people across Africa, to expand access to clean energy, to tackle threats of global health, to grow global middle class. In many ways, Africa's success is and will be the world's success.
What?
That I said at the United
Africa's
States
not going to
US
succeed,
Africa Summit.
dude.
The United States is all in on Africa's future. 2 years ago, I pledged to deliver $55 million in new investments in Africa and to mobilize American business to close new deals with African partners. 2 years ago, we're on way ahead of schedule. More than 20 heads of U.S. government agencies and members of my cabinet have traveled to Africa, delivering over $40 billion in investments thus far. And we've announced nearly 1,200 new business deals between African American companies and American companies, totaling worth $52 billion, including investments in solar energy, telecom, mobile finance, infrastructure, and partnerships with American Airlines to expand opportunities for tourism. So you don't have to fly to Paris to get here.
What?
Although Paris is pretty nice.
What?
Here
Why
in Angola
the fuck
alone, the
do I
United
want to
States
fly
has
straight
invested
to Africa?
$3 billion during my short presidency.
He helped that happen.
We see the bonds between
somehow?
our countries across sectors, from clean energy to healthcare to sports. The American Basketball Association, National Basketball Association, launched Basketball Africa League, and Angola is the reigning champion.
Who gives a shit?
And we see the impact of American culture
They
across
can play basketball.
African
We all
culture,
know
across the
that.
American culture, from music to entertainment to fashion to arts and so much more. Student exchanges
Right? That's
between
what
our
I'm like.
countries are essential.
We're sitting here building their country up, and their country's so fucking corrupt. It's not going to trickle down to the people. It's just going to get the government rich. People like him.
And must increase. Students in both countries can be better understand one another if they know the country, if they visit the country, if they're educated in the other country. An increased connection between us makes a big difference. Being all in on Africa means making sure African voices are heard at the tables that matter most. Under my leadership in the United States, we brought in the African Union as a permanent member of the G20 economies. And we insisted on more African representation among the leaders of the International Monetary Fund and other world financial institutions. We've also pushed to ensure that developing nations do not have to choose between paying down unsustainable debt and being able to invest in their own people. And we're using our own voice to increase Africa's presence in the UN Security
they don't
Council.
have to pay their fucking debts now? What is that? What did that even mean? Now they can decide whether or not they want to pay their debts or not. Hey, we gave them a chance. Give them a choice.
At the United Nations. That should happen. You can clap for that, folks. You should be in there.
Or the
The
United
United States
Nations
continue
now?
to be the world's
Why?
largest provider of humanitarian aid and development assistance. And that's going to increase.
United Nations is stupid.
You know, that's the right thing
Waste of
for the
time.
wealthiest nation in the world to do. And today,
Nobody gives a
I'm
shit.
announcing over
what
$1
the United
billion
Nations
in new
says.
humanitarian support for Africans displaced from homes by historic droughts and
what?
food insecurity. And today, I'm announcing over $1 billion in new humanitarian support for Africans displaced.
That's what we were getting at, folks. I had a feeling we were getting there somehow. Did you just say $1 billion going for humanitarian aid just to Angola? So they can have better houses? Dude, they're happy with their fucking mud huts. They've been living like that for millennia. Why are we trying to westernize them? Let them fucking live the way they live. And if they want to chuck spears at each other, let them do it.
From homes by historic droughts and food insecurity. We know African leaders and citizens are seeking more than just aid. You seek investment. So the United States is expanding our relationship all across Africa, from assistance to aid, to investment to trade, moving from patrons to partners, to help bridge the infrastructure gap. I was told, by the way, when I got elected,
That's $1,000 million, just in case y'all forgot how much a billion is. Because I know it's like, hey, we send hundreds of billions to Israel, so hey, who cares, right? But it's still like, what in the hell? Think of how much taxes that is from different people just to do that. Like, what? 1,000 million? Just for this one country?
I could never get.
This is government spending that's out of fucking control that I think that the Trump administration is trying to get in check, hopefully. And he's doing it right as he's going out of office.
Infrastructure bill passed because the last guy spent 8 years saying next month, 4 years saying next month. Well, guess what, folks? We've done it. $300 billion for infrastructure.
What? Wait, did I just
narrow the digital divide?
did I just fucking miss something? Was that for America or for Africa? I gotta rewind that shit. I'm sorry.
Seeking more than just aid. You seek investment. So the United States is expanding our relationship all across Africa, from assistance to aid, investment to trade, moving from patrons to partners to help bridge the infrastructure gap. I was told, by the way, when I got elected, I could never get an infrastructure bill passed because the last guy spent 8 years saying next month, 4 years saying next month. Well, guess what?
8 years. Oh, you're corrected. It said 4 years. Yeah, because you know he actually won that fucking election, motherfucker. That's why he said 8 years. He should have gotten 8. So he's talking about the infrastructure bill for America, not for Africa.
What, folks? We've done it. $1 trillion, $300 billion for infrastructure.
Why would he be bragging to Africa about his infrastructure bill in America, though? And at the same time jabbing at Trump. Very odd time to do it. He must be going off script, right?
To narrow the digital divide, drive inclusive, sustainable economic growth. We're looking for partners.
That's weird.
Who understand that the right question.
That's why I had to roll that back, dude, because he went off script there and was talking about America for no reason. And the infrastructure bill that he passed that Trump couldn't pass. It was weird, right? It needed to be rewound. I lost fucking 3 viewers off that rewind, but it needed to happen. You fuckheads. I hope that they're sticking dildos up their ass that they're going to then go and suck the shit off of for breakfast. Fuckheads.
In the year 2024,
leave me without saying anything.
What can the United States do for the people of Africa? It's what can we do together for the people of Africa.
Kitty cam.
That's what we do.
We kitty cam. Respect kitty cam.
Nowhere in Africa is the answer more exciting than here in Angola. It starts with our governments whose partnership is stronger, deeper, more effective and active than any point in history. It's testament to your president who had the vision to carry this relationship forward. And it's a testament to Angolan citizens across the private sector and civil society who have forged strong bonds with your American counterparts. And together, we're engaged in a major joint project to close the infrastructure gap. For the benefit of Angolans, Africans across the continent, Americans, and the world will all benefit as you benefit. You can produce much more agriculture, for example, in states that can't. You're going to increase their longevity, and you're going to increase your impact and profit. It's called the Libido Corridor. We're building railroad lines from Angola to the port of Libido in Zambia and the DRC, and ultimately all the way to the Atlantic, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean. Be the first transcontinental railroad in Africa.
We're building
the
that?
biggest American rail investment outside of America. And I must tell you up front, with the American press here,
what?
I'm probably the most pro-rail guy in America. I've ridden over 1,300,000 miles on a daily basis to my work.
Building
220 miles
our
a day.
own trains are being derailed.
I didn't do it as president. I stayed in the White House a lot.
Our own trains are being derailed, like was it Springfield, Ohio, or was that Palestine or whatever? Palestine? Because the rails are all crooked as shit. And we're going to go and invest. Well, that's ironic, Joker. That's who built our railway system. Remember? Patrick Farms was there. I know they had the cookies, they had the opium, they were putting it in there. While we work.
Transcontinental railroad in Africa, and the biggest American rail investment outside of America. And I must tell you up front, with the American press here, I'm probably the most pro-rail guy in America. I've ridden over 1,300,000 miles on a daily basis to my work, 220 miles a day for the last 50 years. Well, I didn't do it as president. I stayed in the White House a lot. But all kidding aside, folks, we can do this. We can do this. It's in our power. It will not only generate significant employment, it will also allow individual countries to maximize their own domestic resources for the benefit of their people and sell critical minerals that power the world's energy transformation and our fight against climate change. And to transport them at a fraction of the time and lower cost. A ship that used to take over 45 days will now take 45 hours. That's a game changer. That increases profit, that increases opportunity.
We're just trying to increase our own
profit.
profit.
Represents the right way to invest.
It must be while we're
in
building
full
it.
partnership with the country and its people. As part of this project, will install enough clean energy power to power hundreds of thousands of homes, expand high-speed internet across for millions of Angolans, which is as consequential today as electricity was 2 generations ago. And we're investing in agriculture and food security, fulfilling the needs of countries without agricultural capacity, and expanding opportunities for countries growing the crops, connecting farmers across the along the Libido corridor to new markets, expanding opportunity and prosperity. You doing that, having the means to do it. The United States understands how we invest in Africa is as important as how much we invest. In too many places, 10 years after the so-called investment was made, workers are still coming home on a dirt road and without electricity, a village without a school, a city without a hospital, a country under crushing debt. We seek a better way, transparent, high standard, open access investments that protect workers and the rule of law and the environment. It can be done and will be done. Folks, the partnership between Angola and the United States also extends to supporting peace and security in this region and beyond. President Lorenzo, I want to thank him for his leadership in mediation in regional conflicts. I also want to thank him for Angola's speaking out against Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine. It matters. It matters when leaders speak out. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I'm in the final weeks of my presidency. You don't have to clap for that. You can if you want. But I wanted to come to Angola. Although I've been chairman of the African American Subcommittee for a long time, I had never made it to Angola. Because although I don't know exactly what the future will hold, I know the future runs through Angola, through Africa. I mean it sincerely. I'm not kidding. I know that any nation that wants to thrive in the next century must work as partners with workers, entrepreneurs, and businesses here in Africa. I know that the connection between our communities, our universities, our sports, our civil societies, our families, our people will only grow deeper. We have to stay focused. The story of Angola and the United States holds a lesson for the world. Two nations with a shared history and evil of human bondage. Two nations on opposite sides of the Cold War, defining struggle in the late part of the 20th century. And now, two nations standing shoulder to shoulder, working together every day for the mutual benefit of our people. It's a reminder that no nation need be permanently the adversary of another. Testament to the human capacity for reconciliation and proof that from the horrors of slavery and war, there is a way forward. So I stand here today, I mean this sincerely, deeply optimistic. By the way, 20 years ago when I was a senator, I had a cranial aneurysm. They got me to the hospital in time. I remember asking the doctor what am I. He said, "Oh, your chances are good. They're about 30%." And that night after, it was all over. He was deciding whether or not it was congenital or environmental. And I said, "I don't give a damn. I'm here." He said, "You know what your problem is, Senator? You're a congenital optimist." I am. About the possibilities and progress that lie just beyond the horizon. Together we can and will chart a future worthy of great nations, worthy of the highest aspirations of our people. We just have to remember who we are. We're Angolans, we're Americans. As I often say to the American people, there's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. And today, I say to the people of Angola and all the people of Africa, there is nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. Thank you, and God bless you, and keep you all safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for waiting. I got my hat. Thanks, everybody. I really mean it. You're very patient.
My Snoopy's knocked out now. Dude, goddamn, Simon, you're fucking annoying. Come on. Come on. Fuck. You're annoying as shit lately, dude. Just letting you know. He's acting really hungry now all of a sudden in the kitchen, following me around everywhere, want me to give him some food. He's not getting food for fucking like hours. So, I don't know. What he thinks is different about today than yesterday, the day before, or the past year. Hey. Huh. Oh, we got an upgrade vehicle. Hey, what's up, Mark? Dude, I wonder if America will help secure Korea too. So you probably stay out of it. Dude, it's 25 degrees Celsius here, you fucking spoiled brat. 25. Way colder. My beanie don't know. Oh, look at this.
Charlemagne the God made news, maybe for the third time outside his very successful show. I thought when he was interviewing Joe Biden and he said, you know, if you don't vote, he asked him a tough question. Biden didn't like it. And he said, well, you know what? If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He's like, and you saw him take a double. Excuse me? Yeah, Joe Biden when he was vice president. So since that time, he made it clear, too, that he wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden this time. And then Kamala Harris, who they've been friends with when she was a DA, or Attorney General out in Florida, California. When she went in, he went all in. No doubt about it. He also expressed chagrin when he saw Joe Biden, who he knows called Donald Trump Hitler and a fascist that would ruin the country and end all elections, shaking hands and explaining pleasantries in the White House. And now his surprise continues to grow. He's wondering, how sincere were you when you said that? And now he's wondering, too, after the pardon, to have to rethink entirely the entire party.
Right, because Joe Biden was emphatic. He was not going to pardon Hunter Biden, his son. We all knew he was going to. Charlemagne knew he would, but nonetheless, he had a great soundbite yesterday, Charlemagne did, and we're going to play it for you, about how essentially Joe Biden has blown up his own party. Democrats can't say you're the ethical party anymore after what Joe did to all of us. Watch.
Hunter was singled out because he broke the law. He was singled out because he had an illegal gun and tax evasion charges, not because he was the president's son. And I just want Democrats to stop acting like they are on this moral high ground politically when they have shown us they're not, whether it's skipping the primary process when Biden stepped down and things like Biden pardoning his son. Stop acting like y'all the pure party and Republicans aren't. And it also shows me elected officials can do whatever they want as long as they have the political will and courage to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if he was convinced he was going to pardon him because Joe Biden kept saying, obviously, over and over again, he's not going to pardon him.
I think the bottom line is that they ran an entire election based
He wasn't
on
saying
noise,
it.
and that Donald Trump was going to destroy all type of noise. If you got him back in office, then democracy was at peril, and that he was going to overturn the Department of Justice. And to run your campaign on saving democracy and protecting the Department of Justice, and to now have the sitting president not only pardon his son from criminal activity that many people argue that he's linked to, but then to double down and say that the Department of Justice is a political arm as well, his Department of Justice. I mean, he's using Donald Trump's talking points after campaigning against Donald Trump's talking points. And I think that's what Charlemagne is pointing to. Now, don't get me wrong. Charlemagne is a progressive. He's going to be Team Democrat throughout the election, but once the election is over or before the election, then you'll see him criticize the party and tell them things they need to check themselves on.
Well, I think what we heard from Democrats the entire election, one of the reasons I think Donald Trump did so well is because they told us how much we should hate Donald Trump and how what Donald Trump was saying was completely false, that the DOJ was not being weaponized for political reasons, and that how could you say that you're against women's bodies? No, women love women's bodies, men love women's bodies, but we also love babies, and many of those babies are in these women's bodies. So we were tired of being told, you're wrong, and that's what I think he means with the moral high ground. Y'all are so much, y'all are garbage, y'all are deplorables, y'all shop at Walmart, you don't understand what it's like to live in New York, what it's like to live in California. No, most people are proud of the fact that they don't love to live in New York or California. I think America got tired of hearing the Democrats and Oprah and all the people at the DNC telling us how much they hate Donald Trump. We heard Donald Trump's name probably just as much as Kamala's at the DNC.
Right, but to Charlemagne's point, he was talking about how Democrats have been talking about, we've got the moral high ground. We got it, until Joe screwed it all up. There's an op-ed in the New York Times today, of all places. Here's the last line of it, and it regards the 11th hour pardon of his son. The New York Times writes, what a degrading finale for Biden's feeble, forgettable, frequently foolish presidency. Well, that's the New York Times.
But here's the deal: they're still sticking with it. I was watching a clip of The View yesterday, and Alyssa Fair, who maybe she wants to be a Republican again, was criticizing the Democrats now and saying, "Look, he lied. Biden lied." And Whoopi looks at her in response to her and goes, be careful with that word lie. I mean, what? What are we supposed to call it?
He changed his mind.
Let's just be careful with this.
That is why I watch the Faulkner Focus.
Right,
again,
smart.
I'm going to just say I have something profound to say, and I think it's going to be really important. And I owe you. Here it is.
Yes.
For the longest time, everyone said, what's going to happen to the Republican Party when Donald Trump's gone? It's all about Donald Trump. And I think that the Republican Party said to themselves, at one point, you're right. Instead, the party has a bunch of people that want to continue what Donald Trump's doing. The real problem is the Democrats. Democrats, what are you going to do when your whole party is based on fighting Donald Trump? And you lose. And you lose on ideas, and you lose with demographics, and you lose in the battleground states, and he gains in 49 of 50 states, even in urban areas. And everything that you've been saying has been disproven and unheard by the uneducated masses. So Democrats, ironically, will have a harder time getting over Trump than Republicans. And that's why I believe other networks are trying to give Trump a chance, because they tried not giving him a chance, and the only thing they lost was viewers.
Yeah.
The Democrat brand is broken right now. They've got to figure out something new and exciting, because right now the shiny thing is Donald Trump. He's already arranged a brand new cabinet. He's ready to go on day one, already getting some results from his threats with terrorists and whatnot. So the Democrats, they're in a hole right now. And Joe Biden made the hole a little deeper.
Right. I thought my comments were so profound we might even go to break.
Right.
And I thought there'd be silence. And you guys would be like, I can't.
Brian,
Could I overrule you and go to Ainsley?
Brian, let's hold on a second. We will say they were really profound.
Yes.
For another $100.
All right.
Dude, the fucking news is trying to keep. The news is trying to keep us racist too, man. Holy shit. I just saw this video last night on Reddit. I can't believe ABC7 fucking picked it up, dude. What a
disturbing encounter at LAX over the Thanksgiving holiday when an airline passenger started hurling racist remarks and making obscene gestures.
There's no reason to pick the story up.
Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay spoke with the family today and shares what they
Aside
hope
from
will
just
happen
making
next.
shit worse.
These racist remarks
Weird
were yelled
drunk
at Perez
Karen.
and Nicole Taufik and their 3 children who were traveling from a work trip in Cancun to LA to spend Thanksgiving with family. It happened on the shuttle bus after they landed at LAX.
You told me to have some more curry, right? Have some more curry?
To record your tandoori.
My tandoori. Wow.
Yeah, your tandoori sticky.
They say the woman was sitting near their 11-year-old son on the United flight.
He said, you know, that lady was asking me if I was Indian. And I said, that's bizarre that she's asking you that he's Indian.
When they landed at LAX, they got on the shuttle bus. One of their children pointed out the planes on the tarmac.
He's obsessed with planes because we travel a lot for work. And then she targeted our 4-year-old and the 8-year-old and said, shut up, just shut up.
And she just kept going.
You're racist towards me. I'm American.
So are we.
No, you're not American.
No? I'm not American?
Not originally, no. You're from India.
I was born in America.
No, you weren't.
They say their 11-year-old son is having a hard time understanding the situation.
We had to remind him.
Dude, this hasn't just been picked up from this. It's been picked up from Boston CBS. I got over here. Boston picked this story up even. KTLA picked it up. There's got to be more. That's just on my sidebar over here.
Keep reassuring him this was not a him thing. He didn't do anything wrong.
With the help of United workers, the woman eventually
make
got
this
off the
national
shuttle.
news?
One employee
One
told the family
crazy
she might
lady.
even end up on a no-fly
You know?
list.
The silence of all the bystanders was really deafening. And I know people don't like being in uncomfortable situations, but their silence really, in some way, was like siding with the aggressor.
When I reached out to a United representative, they said they didn't have any additional information to share. The family is hoping to identify the woman because they are looking to press charges.
You can't take up for yourself, and what the fuck? Like, why do they need people to come in and be like, hey, don't be like that to them, dude? You got 2 people. Take up for your fucking self. Hey, shut up. You're an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you're a racist, dumb cunt. Like, how hard is it? Why do the other people need to get involved and almost get in a fight for you? Now that was you starting to play the victim a little bit. Probably why I got picked up by all these fucking news organizations. They're, oh, that's sweet. She'll play the victim? Perfect. Oh, and she's cute? Perfect. Oh, she's got a really strong Indian accent? Weren't expecting that. Perfect. Who knows what really triggered that lady? Were the kids being stupid fucking loud before that? I mean, were they being like a little too much? Were they acting a little Indian? Maybe they had video too. Dude, there's no telling what the fuck really just happened, dude. You get his one-sided camera view of her at the point where she's already going off about some shit. Like, what made her? Was it really just your kids over there like, oh, daddy, look at the airplane? I doubt it. I don't know, man. I'd like to know more about the situation. Oh, Newsom is seeking millions.
Let's go to California.
Trump-proof California.
Now, lawmakers there just wrapping up an emergency special session, laying out plans to Trump-proof the Golden State.
I don't approve of the way the lady was acting in public, for sure.
That includes a $25 million fund for legal fights with Trump.
Is that really
Doug Osee is a former
national news to get us all riled up?
California congressman. He joins me now. Doug, you've got a...
Just like the President Biden going to Angola and giving this big speech about how black people are still injustice here in America, and now that happens too, and that's like, oh look, more injustices. It's trying to get people primed for Trump getting in office so that they start breaking windows, dude. I think it's the Democratic Party helping, because they run the news. They wanted that story to fucking make national news, dude. They're trying to get people pissed at supposed Trumpers. They're going to see her as a Trumper for sure. 100%, dude. You voted for Trump. So
$55 billion budget deficit in California. What's your reaction to your tax dollars going to fight Trump instead of going to pay down that deficit?
Next month.
I wish my elected leaders would spend their time solving problems rather than creating more problems. Newsom's effort to basically fund his campaign for president in 2028 is just going to be a total waste of money that could be better spent on homelessness or schools or public safety and the like. This is just a charade.
Well, here's your governor's reasoning. Listen.
His rhetoric is only heightened, and his call for retribution and revenge is pretty clear. We responded to his assault on California, where he tried to unwind our progress. And so what we're doing now with the special session is not waiting to react to that. We're preparing for that in a more sober way.
Why can't this guy be voted out of office, man?
What he doesn't mention there is that ultimately what Donald Trump is going to do in California is take criminal illegal migrants who are hurting the people of California and deport them. That is ultimately what Donald Trump has said he is going to do. Look, I know California is liberal, but do the rank and file people there, the citizens who are living there, just trying to get by on a day in and day out basis, want their governor to stop Trump from doing that?
No, I don't get it.
So you've hit on the reality of this. Most people in California are struggling so hard and so desperately
They're not even paying
just
attention.
to keep their heads above water. They don't have time to confront the governor on this kind of foolishness. This is just more of the same.
Most Californians just
he said
got
he'd
their blinders
enforce the
on,
death penalty.
eyes on the
He
prize.
immediately said no. He said he'd finish high-speed rail. Now we're $100 billion in, and we're nowhere near completion. He said he'd fix K-12. It's a total failure. Look, Newsom. I mean, you just have to understand who Newsom is, and he is a extremely poor manager.
All right. And the question is, will it even work? I mean, federal law dictates immigration. Gavin Newsom can put $25, $50, $100 million into this fund. At the end of the day, if it gets decided by the Supreme Court, I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court, based upon the law, the fact that immigration is federal, is going to rule in favor of Donald Trump and the DOJ that takes office on January 20th. Doug Osee, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
Let's go to California now. Lawmakers.
What? I'll see you in fucking 2 minutes, man. All right. Old Miss murder trial. Oh, here's a
the president announced
scene.
this martial law very late. It's in the middle of the night over there in South Korea right now. The intent to quash dissent, but the images we're seeing coming out of South Korea is not that. You are seeing an escalatory, tense situation there outside of the government building. I want to go to Mike Valeria to bring us there on the scene with what is unfolding, Mike.
Well, Rahel, we now have this ban, this declaration of martial law that has been overturned by Parliament. Will Ripley, our colleague in Taipei, was just saying it should take a simple majority of Parliament to overturn this, and that has happened within the past 2 to 3 minutes. Applause breaking out in the National Assembly. We're headed there now, but certainly a feeling of palpable apprehension of demonstrators trying to get to the National Assembly. We're seeing members of the military, law enforcement in their green camouflaged helmets and uniforms. And we had reports that these members of law enforcement were trying to stop members of the National Assembly from coming into the building to overturn this declaration of martial law. But enough members managed to get in. Again, 1:06 a.m. here in Seoul, and members of the National Assembly have overturned martial law in South Korea minutes ago. So now the question is, what does South Korea's president do now that lawmakers have overturned martial law in South Korea across the country? He did this as a way to reclaim power. He is a very weak president. His approval ratings hovering in the upper 20%.
How's that
Conservative figure known in this country for decades as a strong prosecutor, as somebody who has taken a strong stance against North Korea and aggression coming from north of the DMZ. And he did this, as far as we can tell, because there have been unending calls to impeach him, to remove him from office. And he said in an address to the nation a few hours ago that this was his way of strengthening control of government, which he said has been paralyzed by these calls for his impeachment and calls to impeach other members of the government, heads of ministries that he installed as well. So the question is, how does the president respond? How does law enforcement and members of the military respond? I can tell you that we have early reports of law enforcement starting to pull back from the building. And you can see on the screen more and more people getting into the National Assembly. So we're going to see if this holds. But again, in a dramatic tableau, lawmakers in Seoul just voted to overturn martial law with applause ringing out throughout the building.
Really remarkable how quickly all of this is unfolding. Mike, my understanding is you were there, you're on the phone with us. Just help us understand what's happening there right now outside of that building. Sure. Obviously, we see the video, but you're able to see the full picture. So bring us there.
Yeah, we're on our way there. We're in our bureau in the center of the city because we weren't sure if we were going to be able to have a signal, if it was safe for us to broadcast. But, you know, the center of gravity of what is happening is at the National Assembly building. But I can tell you throughout the streets where we are in the center of Seoul right now, and as you move throughout the city, there are police officers on the phone who are wondering what is going on, who are calling their captains. You can overhear them in Korean saying, what are we doing? What is happening right now? There are people who are leaving bars, who are leaving restaurants, calling their moms, calling their dads, calling their children, saying, I'm coming home right now. This has not happened within the 21st century, a declaration of martial law, something that remains in memories of people from the 1980s when South Korea was still under a military dictatorship. So people are bracing for what the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, could do now and what orders he will give the military and law enforcement, and will they be heeded? Will those orders be heeded now that the government, the parliament, the National Assembly has voted to overturn the president's declaration that he is in charge? Martial law reigns. Anybody can be arrested without a warrant. That has just been overturned minutes ago.
The question, as you point out, though, is the practical effect, right? Will the president comply with this? And Will Ripley, I want to go back to you because that is a key question now. The impact that this vote there in Parliament, this overnight vote, will have on the martial law declaration. As far as I know, we haven't heard from the president.
911.
Essentially, this boils down to how much support President Yoon has from the military itself, and would the military honor this vote in Parliament where people had to wrangle themselves into the building. But as far as we know at this point, there were no shots fired. This was not something that turned into what could have been an absolutely brutal and horrific moment for this democracy. A life-altering moment for this democracy.
Really care?
But that hasn't happened.
I'm tired of caring about other countries' democracies.
They voted, and now they've overturned it. So, does President Yoon have the support of the military to try to keep this thing going?
I just want them to be able to vote.
Again,
I care so much about their voting capability.
He is. There's been the perception by some in South Korea that he's used this North Korean issue, even issuing nationwide alerts that people felt were gratuitous for things like a North Korean, missile launch test, to try to scare people, to try to rally people behind his agenda, a deeply unpopular agenda that is being essentially stomped out at every opportunity by the opposition in Parliament. And he's grown so frustrated, apparently so paranoid, thinking that North Korean agents have somehow infiltrated the South Korean Parliament and are acting through his opposition to try to undermine his agenda. But the fact that he would surprise even members of his inner circle with this, and to make this announcement in an unexpected way, declare martial law, throw his nation into chaos.
They're in there.
At a time where there is already so much uncertainty in the world. It raises a lot of questions about his mindset at this moment, what he's thinking, what is his plan B now that this has been overturned. Had he thought about this? And these are all questions that we don't know the answer to. We have to literally sit back and watch this completely unexpected, out of left field curveball that has been thrown our way in South Korea. Of all the things happening and brewing in the world, the story I was working on all day about North Korea and what's going on with them and with Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, definitely didn't expect, Pamela, to be here talking with you about this tonight after midnight here in Taipei.
Yeah, it's his real voice.
I certainly didn't expect to be leading the show with this, and it is the ultimate curveball. And we were just talking about this, MJ Lee, just what a shock this is for our viewers just turning in. Look, this is a vibrant democracy in South Korea. This is the first time a president of South Korea has declared martial law in the democratic era. Now the parliament voted to overturn that. But it is an extraordinary move, and it's something that Americans should be paying attention to. What is President Biden saying right now?
Yeah, as we were discussing before, when I saw these headlines coming into my inbox, I was completely stunned. I mean, it is so extraordinary what we have seen over the last few hours in South Korea. As you pointed out, martial law has not existed in South Korea since the 1980s. I was born there in the very last year that there was a military dictatorship in the country, right before there was the first democratic presidential election that elected Roh Tae-woo at the time. I think Mike was making this point before. For people in my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation, the kinds of scenes we are seeing and the headlines that we are talking about, that is not history for them. They lived through these moments and moments of upheaval and violence when they were growing up. So I cannot imagine how shocking this must be for the folks actually in the country, and to have this come out in an unplanned address practically in the middle of the night. Right. None of this was expected. As for the reaction from here in Washington, obviously the president is not here. President Biden is traveling in Angola right now. We have heard basically nothing from the president himself so far. All we have right now is a statement, actually just a sentence from a National Security Council spokesperson saying the administration is in contact with the ROK government and is monitoring the situation closely. I've asked the White House, well, at some point, are we going to hear from the president? Are we going to get a sense of what his reaction is to this so that we have a better sense of what position the United States government is going to take as all of these scenes are unfolding? And I do think we should talk about the Biden-Yoon relationship and the U.S.-South Korea relationship. This is a president, as you know, who has made real efforts to build up and foster and strengthen the U.S.'s alliances with countries like South Korea and Japan. In 2022, when he made his first trip as president to Asia, he visited Korea and Japan. Last year, you might recall that he hosted Yoon Suk-yeol for a state visit at the White House, really rolling out the red carpet for this president, this South Korean president that just did something so unprecedented. You would think this would be a good moment for the president and this administration to really weigh in. So far, nothing yet.
Well, sister, you can't get cheese crackers without asparagus. That's the rule.
I'm buying the $100 bundle because I'm going to get the Chroma.
Did he get it? Let's see.
I'm going to get it. I have faith. I'm going to get it. And I think I'm going to get it early enough that I have enough G-Coin left over to also get the Chroma MP5K.
Sorry.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm speaking it into existence. I opened 110 crates and got nada.
Members
scammed
only.
hard. No, you weren't scammed.
If you heard that burp and you're not a member? What's supposed to happen?
You weren't scammed. You scammed yourself. Random. You know better than that. You know this is the goddamn casino. You go into it knowing I'm not getting anything I want with the money I spent. Dude, the pyramids is such an interesting one, man. The pyramids is such an interesting discussion because there are some fun theories on it. What I failed to understand that they say that it's this like power structure or something like that, like, you know, like a power plant. I don't really buy that. Like, maybe if they do some more scans and show mechanically how that would have been possible, you know, with either some underground scans of maybe are the pyramids built on top of a structure that we don't know about yet, sort of thing, or are there mechanical rooms?
It could be their location.
Then lead to this like, you know, hydraulic plant kind of thing. I would need to see that to be like, oh, okay, I can understand mechanically and physically how that would have been possible. But this discussion of like the frequency vibration thing, I just don't buy that. If they were built, you know, by humans with the help of like this ancient alien civilization or whatever, the only thing I would understand it to be is some kind of like ritual ground or like, you know, almost like a religious, like a church. Like a, you know, like this huge church where you worship these gods, these aliens that came down and taught you how to do all these crazy cool things, like whatever, you know, make stuff or farm or get water, whatever the case may be. They taught these people to do something, and now they're essentially gods. I could understand that line of thought. I don't know if I believe that either, you know? Yeah, I think there's a lot of different thoughts on it, Fox. That's the interesting part. Is that there
actually have an ancient alien shirt on, by the way.
Like, oh no, they were used, you know, for this. But the weird thing I don't understand is why we haven't fully like excavated these structures yet.
I didn't know he was going to talk about this. This is an open crate video. Somebody in chat said something about it.
Though, like, is there something legal that's stopping scientists from excavating them? And if so, why? You know, I would love to go see them in person, man.
Let's go rate the pyramid.
I don't think I buy the argument that we couldn't do it today. I don't think I buy that.
Wonders of the world,
because we build some really crazy stuff today. We 3D print stuff that's way more accurate than these structures are. Like, you know, we do some crazy shit. So I don't believe that it's not like that they did something so advanced back then that we can't fathom how to do it now. I don't believe that either. What is interesting is that the physical
we can't fathom how to do it with the tools that they had. Is like, that's the thing. The precision that they had with the rudimentary tools that they were using begs the question, did they have lasers for some, like, especially when you're looking at Machu Picchu?
The people,
those stones weren't square.
Well, like how they were able to do it with the limited technology that we would assume they'd have at that time. That's the really interesting part. It's like, all right, if they really did do this by hand, like, and when I say by hand, I mean like no aliens or nothing crazy like that. Like, they mechanically themselves did it. Well, obviously with thousands of slaves is what they used to do it all. But, you know, could there be some assistance, some assisting vehicles that they created that could have helped them do that? And I think that answer is yes. Like they definitely could have built certain like lathe type machines, obviously very primitive.
I mean, we would have
type machines, and I say machines like I'm not obviously talking like mechanical with like metal. I mean, like, you know, wood, stone,
artifacts of it,
leather, rope, like all that kind of stuff. Like that, physically moving the objects is possible, but getting them up, maybe it's just like a one step at a time kind of process. But it is pretty mind blowing, you know. By law, it's forbidden to even climb the Great Pyramid of Giza, so most likely they would not be very happy if we went. Yeah, but like, who's they? That's my question: is who's they? Why are they not as equally interested in learning what the hell these things are really about? All right, so we're going to open up some contraband creator code CDUM crates chat. If you are going to be a dum-dum in the next 1 day and 21 hours, make sure to use creator code CDUM to help support your boy. My goal is to get the Chroma M2 foreskin quickly. And once I get it, I'm going to hop on over to the Chroma MP5K and also get that quickly. Let's crouch. Also, colored smoke grenade launcher ending in 1 day. Oh, my camera still says, I'm back. Oh, let me move over to the right anyway. All right, here we go.
Dude,
at a time,
we're going to have like
discount,
Christmas smoke colors.
Let's crouch. Chroma. Damn. Not even 1 gold in the first 10. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Chroma, I need it quickly. Shit! 20 crates, no golds. Not a good sign.
Really
30
not.
crates.
Wow.
Oh my god, we got a gold.
It looks like mine.
Okay.
Oh no, I had 50 crates with no gold.
I was nervous there for a second. 30 crates, 2 golds. Chroma. Frick! Chroma! Fuck! Dude, these battle stats are literally stinging my anus. Why do I have 35,000 battle stat skins? Why? 40 crates, 2 golds. 40 crates, 2 golds. 50 crates, 5 golds.
See, he did way better than me. 10% of them so far have been gold.
5 golds. Please.
I had 0, man.
Please. Please! Bruh. 60 crates, 5 golds.
Stupid. It's so stupid, man.
61 crates, 5 golds. 62 crates, 5 golds. Okay, there you go. All right. On that note, looks like we're not going to be getting a Chroma M24 or a Chroma MP5K. How much have we spent to try and get those, you might ask?
Probably
I'll tell you.
$500
so
or more.
30,000, what, 15, we did 50, another 100. Roughly 60,000 G coin, give or take. Roughly 60,000 G coin.
$500 to $600 then.
And not 1 Chroma. So, just a friendly reminder, don't be a dum-dum. Don't waste your money in a game that is going to give you these incredibly terrible odds. But if you are feeling lucky, you want to spend a little bit of money in the game, make sure to use Creator Appreciation Program and enter code CDUM at checkout. Every time you buy anything in the store, PUBG gives me a commission and it helps support me with your dum-dum endeavors. Let's crouch. On that note, 4,005 tokens is what I have, and I kind of have to make a decision. I could buy 1,000 tokens for 1,500 scrap, and if I spend 1,000 or 1,500 scrap on 1,000 tokens, that will allow me to get the Chroma M24. But now I'm like almost out of principle.
I can't remember how much G-Coin is now.
I do like it though. I do like if I could get it to level 8. I would like that.
It's not that nice though, dude. In comparison,
okay. Then I'll have leftover well, 800 scrap.
I think he's silly for going for that one.
To get one schematic. Right now, I can almost get 4 schematics. And I have 23 schematics saved up in 16.
The only reason why he's doing it is because he already has the regular version upgraded to like 3 or 4. The rainbow gay one. But dude, he has the coolest M24 in the game unlocked already, and that's that one that has the kill effect with the flaming rainbow on it. And he's choosing to go after this one. I wouldn't do it.
15,000 polymer. So
it's just not good enough.
What I could do, alternatively, is I could say big FU to the chroma skin.
Yeah, you should.
Right? I could just go to the workshop.
What's he gonna do?
I could buy 2 of the progressive skins with my 4,000 tokens.
And sell those and get schematics.
Then just turn around and salvage
upgrade the other M24
skins.
You better do that.
Which would then get me 6 schematics in return, and like, I don't know, 2,000 polymer or something like that. Then use those schematics and polymers to upgrade
the other one,
another skin, whether it be my Car 98 skin.
You know which one,
which I also
motherfucker.
Never got the chrome before. Big F me. Or I could
he
use
needed
it to
that
upgrade
purple. That one
the other
for sure.
not Dragunov M24, which is arguably a better looking M24 skin, which I also didn't get the chrome before. I got bad luck with chromas. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I have very bad luck with chroma skins. Very, very, very bad luck with chroma skins. So I could get 2 schematics, 3, so that's 5. I could basically get this gun leveled up to level 4, or get the progressive, or get the chroma M24 skin, this guy, which is also at level 3 already. So what are your thoughts? What do you use more, M24 or Car 98? Well, see, that's all skin dependent. For me, I don't prefer one weapon over the other. Like, they're kind of indifferent to me in terms of like, ooh, which gun's better? Like, yeah, the M24 has a faster bullet velocity. Car 98 has a little more damage. I don't really care about those things. I just use whatever gun I have the cooler skin with. And I love the Car 98 progressive skin. I would probably love the Galaxy one more. I don't know. I know what's going to happen, though. If I get the M24, they're going to come out with an actual alien skin next time, and that's really going to trigger me because I'm going to save my freaking schematics. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. I don't even think I have a coin up here. Okay. We'll do a coin flip. I like that idea. Let's do a coin flip. I'm not doing a virtual coin. I'm getting a goddamn coin.
Like it.
Let's do it. All right.
Other ones are better. Yeah, flip a gummy bear.
Some snacks.
Heads or tails on the gummy bear.
So, heads, chroma M24. So that would mean I spend my scrap, I get 1,000 tokens, we get the chroma M24. Tails, we would just buy 2 duplicate progressive skins that we already have.
Let's
polymers.
Let's go.
And tails, same thing. Okay, so heads, schematics.
Let's go.
Heads, chroma, tails, schematics.
And dragging this shit out.
Heads!
He's good. Damn it.
It's heads!
Man, come on. Oh well.
I'll
be one of the few people with that M24.
Come on, camera. Come on. Help me out here.
Eventually,
it's heads.
They're going to bump it up.
Chroma it is. All right. It's been decided. The coin has spoken.
Dude, I would totally put a miniature little Christmas tree in the background.
All right.
But I don't think Sweet Pea would be having
broker. Boom. Specialty crafting. We have 5,000 tokens. Easiest decision of my life. Never had to even dwell on it. I have 500 leftover tokens. What should I do with these 500 leftover tokens? I'm going to get a battle stat stinger.
You better not.
Imagine. Oh, never mind. I have 8,000 of those. Do I want any of that? What's this? I want a chromed version of that.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, that's kind of cool looking.
Bummer.
No. Cyber threat Mark 12. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. What else could I get?
What is that? His shoes?
Emotes. Don't really care for those. Could open up some loot crates. Don't want to do that. Shucks. Okay, I'm either gonna get the Ace or the Mark 12. Something tells me get the Ace. That one is cool too, though. I like both of them, honestly. Heads or tails, flip it. 75.
Oh,
my special out. Yes, yeah, I've used up all of my 75 more tokens, but I don't really want to salvage these because I don't own these, and since I don't own them, I can actually craft them, and that'll be going towards my own everything in the game challenge. Okay, so want to flip another coin? Coin threat. Heads. Ace. Tails. It's cyber threat. All right,
you wanted Ace. Why didn't you just pick Ace?
No second guessing. Boom. Done deal. Easy.
What do you mean? He was hoping for Ace, but went with the coin flip.
No second guessing. Okay. The coin has spoken. Now we have 100 left over. Can I get anything with 100 left over? I can get some 5. Me out, baby. Okay, and then we gotta level this guy up a little bit now. So he's level 3. Let's go level 4. Let's at least get the first visual customization unlocked. Boom. Weapon inspect. Kill feed skin. Loot crate. Rare cosmetic. Okay, I have 19 scamatics.
I'm not a big fan of it, dude.
To go,
the hearts are just silly.
That's 16 scamatics, but I probably don't have enough polymer for that.
I don't like the kill feed either. A little too gay for my taste.
Before I commit to that,
all of
is
it's
there
a little
anything else
too
I'd
gay for
rather
my taste.
level up? I could level up the Ace to level 10 for the scope upgrade.
But it's his color scheme.
But to be honest,
purple and green.
I don't really need that because I truly only run a red dot or an Ace. Sometimes I'll pop a 3 or a 4x on it for some sprays, maybe a 6, but it's not common. Usually it's just a red dot.
That's a shit ton just for that too. 7 schematics just to do the scope.
Anything else I would want to
What are we say, dude? Oh, he has that.
The loot crate skin. Anything else?
He got that. And he never uses it. I wonder why.
Anything else?
I wonder why I didn't use it. I never see anybody using that, dude.
Also, I'd want to level up. Car 98, I could get the loot crate skin on that. MP5 is already maxed out. No chroma though. God, I need that chroma. God, I need that chroma. AK's maxed out. AUG is maxed out. Halloween M4. We need a coin cam. Oh gosh. I have to get a top-down cam now. Yo, San, thanks for hitting that sub button on YouTube, baby. Appreciate you, man. I'm thinking level up the M24 personally, so I think we're gonna go with that. The M24 seems to be the theme tonight. So we're gonna get kill feed. I don't think we can get the loot crate though, huh? I would need another 2,000 polymer, and even if I salvage my duplicates, I don't think I have enough duplicates to get 2,000 more polymer. So I think we'll be stopping there. That's a good bit. Did I have like a rare skin in there? Another 480? Oh, maybe. Hold on. We might fuck around and get. I need 400 more. Oh, the battle stats came in clutch, dude. The stingers finally did something for me. The stupid stingers finally did something for me. They stung me for their last time.
Oh, he's got that too?
Loot crate skin.
Oh.
For their stingers finally did something for me.
Dude, he's got the fucking
The stupid stingers.
He's got like almost every progressive. Like this one too. I don't have that. The one on the bottom right. I don't have a progressive for that gun.
Finally did.
I think he also has the SLR. Damn, he's got that AUG too. How did he upgrade? I don't understand why he upgrades guns that he doesn't use. He upgraded that one to level 3, but he's got the other AUG upgraded all the way. Like, why? I don't know. A waste of money. Like, literally. Real money. Thanks, went too fast. It was right there, I think.
The stupid stingers.
Hold up, I need to put it in slow motion. I think he's got the SLR that I use too, that hardly anybody has.
Finally did something for.
There it is right there. He does have it. Level 1 though. And he... Fuck, man.
He stung me.
He's got like almost every progressive in the game.
Time.
That's crazy. Wow.
Where is it?
Fantastic. He's got those too? Man. Or something?
Look, great skin. Alright, here we go. We did it, chat.
Not the one I went after. Like, I don't even plan on trying to get that one.
Dang, that's the one I really want, though. I really want that upgrade, because all the lights start pulsing. I really want that one though. I need 3 more schematics. I can buy 1.
Yeah. This is how this is meant to be watched.
I need 2 more schematics.
Trident.
Alright.
I wonder why Trident's coming.
I'm done.
Just to have a little snack.
I'm done. I'm done. I won't do anymore. Relax, guys. I'm done. We had fun tonight. Okay, thank you for being part of my degenerate problems. If you're gonna be a dum-dum, again, make sure to use criticism. Really does help support me in all my dum-dum degenerate endeavors. And with that out the way,
it's kind of fat, all right?
Let's go do some PUBG solo spectating. Come on.
Fuck. I was forgetting something. Ah, damn it. I forgot to sign the goddamn medicine again. Fuck. Uh, 30 minutes late, not too bad. I think we'll shoot out till 11:30 though, or 12:30.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you this breaking news that the DOJ has said an undocumented Chinese immigrant shipped weapons to North Korea from California. We are hearing from multiple speakers right now. We're going to turn back over and listen in live.
Good morning. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. Today, agents arrested Mr. Nguyen without incident at his home in Ontario. He'll appear in court later this afternoon. As noted in the complaint charging Mr. Nguyen, agents located military-grade technology in Nguyen's home and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. As you can see on display here today, photos of evidence are on display, as well as additional items that Mr. Nguyen successfully procured. Many of these items are described in detail in the criminal complaint, which we made available to you. I'm proud of the hard work that went into building this case against Mr. Nguyen by dedicated agents and analysts. The FBI and many of our federal partners here today specialize in cases that involve illegal export to foreign adversaries who attempt to evade sanctions and utilize weapons and technology for nefarious purposes. The significance of this arrest and discovery of this scheme cannot be overstated. Not only did the investigative team prevent additional restricted items from going to the North Korean regime, but they gathered valuable intelligence for the United States and all of our allies. This case is a success for the United States and no doubt dealt a significant blow to the North Korean government. Our investigation is continuing. Thank you for your time today, and I'd like to now introduce Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security Investigations, Sean Gibson.
Thank you, Akil. Good morning. My name is Sean Gibson, and I'm the Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations, also known as HSI, just south of here in San Diego. Today, we're here to highlight the critical work that went into this joint investigation, a collaborative effort between the United States Attorney's Office, HSI, FBI, DCIS, Commerce, and the ATF to prevent dangerous technologies and weapons from falling into the wrong hands. From the onset of this investigation in 2023, investigators have worked tirelessly, using a range of advanced investigative techniques and leveraging the collective expertise of the agencies represented here. This coordinated effort is what ultimately led to the defendant's arrest and the search warrants executed today. As detailed in the criminal complaint, the defendant is accused of violating federal law by obtaining firearms, ammunition, controlled technology, and knowingly smuggling these to North Korea. Through a joint investigation, we uncovered that the defendant and his co-conspirators.
And you guys are seeing this, right? Let's make this loud and clear for everybody. Undocumented Chinese immigrant did this. Huh? This should be fucking national news right now.
Mislabeled these shipments to conceal their identity to get them from Long Beach through Hong Kong and ultimately to North Korea. The consequences of these actions cannot be overstated. When technology and sensitive items fall into the wrong hands, especially those of hostile nations, the risks to global security are profound. Preventing these threats is a mission that HSI and its partners takes incredibly seriously, and it's the core of the work we do to safeguard our nation and its allies. None of this would have been possible without the dedication and expertise of the attorneys, agents, analysts, and support staff of the agencies involved. Each organization played a critical role in this investigation.
I want to know when this guy came to America.
That strengthened the overall case. As I often say, when law enforcement agencies work together, our impact is far greater than.
Schumer just got reelected. Whatever. At least they kind of get along, him and Trump.
The sum of our parts.
Yeah, history.
The collaboration between the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, the FBI, DCIS, Commerce, and
ATF
was crucial to the success of this operation.
Years ago.
This investigation highlights the importance of the vigilance and cooperation in preventing sensitive technologies and weapons from being misused in ways that threaten our global stability. Thank you to all of our partners for what they do daily to keep America safe. And I will now turn it over to Brian Denny from DCIS.
Thank you, Sean. As stated, my name is Brian Denny. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the Defense Criminal Investigative Service here on the West Coast. As the previous speakers alluded to in their comments, as well as references to the complaint, this is an extremely serious matter impacting our national security amongst many other potential violations. To date, it has been an extremely collaborative effort, and it's bringing us some success, and it's a constructive step moving forward to finding out more about what Mr. Nguyen has been doing and how far his particular scheme reaches. As alluded, we've already discussed the North Korea connection. action, which is of primary concern. And we will continue to work with our partners in every way possible to bring this to a successful conclusion for the American public. Thank you. And I will now turn it over to Special Agent in Charge Gregory Dunlap.
Giving you that live look again out of Los Angeles, where we are listening into this press conference. Again, the Justice Department alleging that an undocumented immigrant from China shipped weapons to North Korea from California. All of this, again, according to a new federal complaint filed in the Central District of California. Shanghua Wen, as well as other unarmed co-conspirators, again, quote, successfully exported at least 2 shipments of firearms and ammunition to North Korea by concealing the items inside shipping containers.
These reports.
I don't have an.
You have to wait for the
I don't have an.
We are building bases.
I don't have an assessment to offer from a peer site on
the United States is it's not it's involved in this process.
Site.
All throughout.
As you so know, we don't have any boots on the ground in Gaza. Beyond that, I don't have. It's certainly not for us to speak to on the veracity of these. If they are, it would most certainly be inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, and certainly would be inconsistent with the principles that the Secretary laid out in Tokyo. And should they be true, it's certainly something that we will raise quite seriously with our partners in Israel. But I don't have an assessment to offer.
With that, this must be one of the most surveilled pieces of real estate anywhere in the world, especially by the United States and by its allies. You can't tell me you don't know what's going on in Gaza.
Said, we of course know what's going on in Gaza. We of course are paying very close attention to what's happening in Gaza as it relates to this particular piece of reporting, which I'll just note comes from a media outlet. It's not any kind of government-to-government announcement or government-to engagement. I don't have anything else to offer beyond what I just said.
Well, I tell you that Volker Turk, the chief UN human rights person, or chief human rights chief, Volker Turk, said, this is the darkest moment in northern Gaza. He's saying that,
China has banned the export of some materials essential to the manufacture.
It's a total catastrophe. And he's talking about, killing, displacement, destruction, lack of food, starvation, all these things, all the trimmings that are happening in Gaza. And he's calling on you as, a signatory to the Geneva Convention. He's calling on everybody, as a matter of fact.
Who is this
to do
twerp?
something that you are obligated under the Geneva Convention to actually do something. Why are you not doing it?
We are deeply concerned about the humanitarian toll in Gaza and the high number of civilian casualties, and we are continuing to press Israel to maximize and streamline the existing crossings and open more crossings to help further address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. On top of that, we want to see an end to the war, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, and that's what we have continued to be engaged on for quite some time now, and we'll continue to work at this till the very last hour of this administration.
Yeah, but being concerned and doing something are two separate things. I'm sure there's a great deal of concern and there's a great deal of anger and frustration in this building, but
I don't want to see it.
We don't see any action.
Respectfully, Said, I would take.
Does there need to be any more discussion whether or not I'm connected? He said see right after me, and the main point of that sentence was you can't see, and that was the word he just happened to say with me.
take issue with that, because over the course of the totality of this conflict, when we have seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, when we have seen things that are inconsistent for what we want to see for Gaza, when we've seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the Palestinian people, we've said so. Sometimes we've said so publicly. Every time we've said so privately, and we have raised this directly with our partners in Israel. And I needn't point further than some of the specific areas in which we have asked for remediation when it comes to humanitarian aid. I would point back to the first days of the administration, in which it was the work of this secretary that really helped unlock the initial influx of humanitarian aid. And in the ensuing months since then, it is the work of this department and others across the interagency that has continued to push for the use of additional border crossings, the use of additional tactics to further enhance humanitarian aid. We have taken appropriate action. We'll continue to take action, as I said, till the very last hour of this administration, when we see things that are inconsistent with what we want to see.
So let me just, on this point, we saw the statement issued by Matt last time about the meeting with Dermer, between the Secretary of State Blinken and Dermer, in which he says, he talked about the need to end the war and the need to get the hostages home and so on. Now, at the same time, earlier in the day, we saw a statement by the president-elect basically threatening to, wipe out and make whatever happened thus far in Gaza to seem like a picnic. Those are my words, not his words. But does that give you more incentive to do more things, and does it give it a sense of urgency to you that you got to do something and do it quick before the 20th of January?
What we are focused on, Saeed, is we are focused on using every ounce of energy and every time that we have available to bring this war to a close, to do everything we can to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and everything we can to make sure that the hostages can return home and bring this war to a conclusion and start having a serious diplomatic conversation of what we want the region to look like the day after. That's what we're focused on. There's only one president at a time. I will leave it to you all to ask the tough questions of the next administration starting on the 21st. But beyond that, I'm really not a spokesperson for them, so I will let them clarify whatever thoughts they have about the Middle East.
The coming administration. I'm saying that give you, that make you feel an urgent.
We are continuing to operate with the utmost urgency, and I think there's not really a public statement, whether it's from a former president or otherwise, that is going to impact that, because we are already operating at maximum urgency.
My last question, I asked Matt yesterday on the killing of the World Central Kitchen employees, and yesterday that was happening. I guess that happened on Sunday. Yesterday they killed one aid worker from Save the Children. I mean, if this had happened anywhere in the world, if it was happening in Ukraine or anywhere in Africa, wherever it is, you would be outraged. Why is there not even a whimper, not even an outrage, not even a statement saying you condemn this?
We are outraged, and we are wanting more information about this incident. We are concerned by that reported strike that killed the Save the Children aid worker in Khan Yunis. Our view is and has been that humanitarian workers must be protected so they can safely deliver aid, whether it be in Gaza or whether it be truly anywhere in the world. And as I said, the IDF needs to provide additional information about this incident. I'm not going to draw any conclusion on it until we have seen more information and are able to gather the facts. But broadly, we urge Israel to thoroughly and transparently investigate actions like these and take appropriate action in their system, including ensuring accountability for any violations within their system.
You condemn the killing of aid workers by the Israeli army?
Saeed, we of course condemn the intentional we condemn the intentional killing of aid workers anywhere. As it relates to this specific incident, we have asked for additional information. I'm not going to draw any conclusion until that has happened. But of course, we are deeply concerned and troubled by this reported strike. And as you've heard me say, we think that aid workers need to be able to do their work, not just in Gaza, but in other places in the world. Jenny's patiently had her hand up. Go ahead.
Has the new channel of the civilian harm mechanism that you guys established with Israelis met yet?
It is not.
What will that mean?
I'm not going to offer a timeline on that. That's something that we're going to continue to work towards.
Suggested it would be in early December. Is that still what you're tracking?
Well, it's December 3rd, so I'm not gonna put a timeline on it, but we expect that to happen sometime soon. But I don't have a specific date to offer.
And then there was a meeting on humanitarian aid for Gaza in Cairo yesterday. Who represented the U.S.?
We did have representation from the United States and the State Department. I will have to double check the specific names, but I'm happy to check and get back to you. But we did participate in that forum.
On Lebanon, but
or do you want to?
yeah, I had a call on Lebanon.
Okay, great. Why don't we?
Where do you assess the ceasefire standing now? Do you still see it as being largely successful?
We do. Look, the ceasefire writ large is the result of intensive diplomatic effort over many months by the United States as well as partners in France working closely with Israel and Lebanon. Our hope and our expectation is that parties are going to abide by their commitments and that the ceasefire will continue to be implemented. We are continuing to support that implementation. We're working on continuing to build a robust mechanism that assesses the parties in addressing violations. We're working to support the LAF and continuing to work closely with UNIFIL, and we think that kind of work is essential to that.
9 Lebanese were killed yesterday in Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Do you see this as a violation of the ceasefire?
So there's a mechanism in place to address and speak to specific violations. On this specific incident, I don't know enough about the specific activity that took place to offer any kind of assessment, but in President Biden's remarks last week, he was pretty clear, and you saw the Secretary echo that if there is a direct threat to Israel's security, Israel has a right to defend themselves. But again, on this specific incident, I just don't have any assessment to offer.
Do the Israelis have the right under the agreement or a side agreement with the United States to adjudicate their own assessments of violations and then act accordingly, or is it only direct threats?
So I'm just not gonna
projectiles launched hours earlier.
On this specific incident, I'm just not going to offer an assessment or draw some kind of conclusion on what would fall in the parameters of a violation or not. I think you saw the president speak to this pretty clearly, that if there's a direct threat to Israel's security, Israel has a right to defend themselves. If Hezbollah or anyone else breaks the deal or poses a direct threat to Israel, then Israel certainly retains the right to self-defense, consistent with international law, consistent with what any country would do if they're facing a terrorist group that was pledged to their destruction. But again, on this specific incident, I just don't have an assessment to offer on how it necessarily comports with that.
And then last question, is the mechanism fully operational at this point?
That is my understanding, yeah. Go ahead.
Netanyahu today said that Israel was committed to the ceasefire deal with with Hezbollah, but warned that it did not mean the war was over. What's your assessment of those comments?
I'm not gonna interpret the Prime Minister's comments. I will leave it to you all to ask his office to do that. From our perspective, we are doing everything we can to make sure that the parties abide by the ceasefire. As I said in response to Jenny's question, we want this ceasefire to be implemented. It has been a product of months and months and months of work between the United States and France and other partners, and we are committed to supporting that. Of course, as part of that caveat, as I said to Jenny, that if Israel's security is threatened, it has the right to defend itself. Hezbollah, at the end of the day, continues to be a terrorist organization, and we want to make sure that they can no longer act upon a springboard of terrorism onto the Israeli people. But I will leave it to the Prime Minister's office to offer any context to his comments.
He said that Hezbollah had seriously violated the accord on Monday and that Israel had subsequently attacked more than 20 targets across Lebanon in retaliation. Is it Washington's assessment that Hezbollah had seriously violated the accord, as Netanyahu said?
There is a mechanism in place to address possible violations. As I said to Jenny, I don't have an assessment to offer on specific incidents. Our point of view is that we believe the ceasefire continues to be largely holding in place. As I said, there is mechanisms to address questions or to address violations. That is up and running. But beyond that, what we are focused on is working with partners partners to make sure that this ceasefire is continuing to hold and can continue to be implemented.
Did Israel coordinate with the U.S. at all ahead of this retaliation, or let you know that it was going to?
I don't have any assessment to offer on military action.
As part of the accord, would Israel have to notify you that it was going to retaliate?
Again, on the specific military pieces, I will let colleagues at the Pentagon speak to the ins and outs of that. Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. Did you pressure Israel yesterday not to strike Beirut, as the Israelis have said?
Michelle, I'm not going to speak to private diplomatic conversations. Our perspective continues to be that all parties need to do everything possible to abide by the ceasefire. We'll continue to receive and assess reports of alleged violations of the ceasefire through the monitoring and implementation mechanism, and we are committed to helping the parties implement the ceasefire, as I said, through this robust monitoring mechanism that we hope will address such violations.
Is the U.S. Preparing to provide military aid to the Lebanese armed forces to implement the agreement?
I don't have any specific announcements to preview, Michelle, beyond just saying that the United States, of course, has been one of the largest supporters of the LAF over many, many years, but I don't have any specific announcement to preview or share.
On Syria, if you don't mind, yesterday Matt said that the U.S. didn't support the opposition in their military movement. Today, the SDF, who are supported by the U.S., is expanding its influence in Deir ez-Zor province and expanding their territories too. Is the U.S. providing any support to them?
Michelle, what the events of the past 48 to 72 hours underscore is that this conflict can only end once and for all through what we view as a political settlement that's consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. We think it's time to reinvigorate that political process, and we think that the only path forward is a UN-facilitated one. And certainly, our view is that certainly no country should be taking advantage of this particular incident, and really we are engaging with partners and allies with a consistent message, is that any who sort of have power or who have influence over some of these actors is do everything that we can to continue to stress de-escalation.
But the SDF, who are supported by the U.S., are expanding their territories, and they are part of the military action in northeastern Syria today.
So again, our viewpoint continues to be that the only solution here is one that is Syrian-led, Syrian-inclusive, and reflective of the will of the Syrian people, and that would be one that is in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
And finally, on Iraq, do you have any updates on the waiver on Iraq to import energy from Iran?
Sure. On November 7th, the department did renew Iraq's electricity waiver for the 23rd time since 2018. It was done so for an additional 120 days. We remain committed to reducing Iran's malign influence in the region. Our viewpoint is that a stable, sovereign, and secure Iraq is critical to these efforts. Since 2018, as you know, this started in the previous administration, the State Department has permitted Iraq to purchase Iranian electricity while Iraq continues to develop its own domestic generation capacity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Have you seen any progress from the Iraqi government to step up towards energy independence from Iran? Because there are reports that even Iran get $1 billion a year from Iraq since Prime Minister Soudani took office in 2022.
I think I've spoken a little bit about this before, DR, and I don't have any updated assessment to offer beyond we have seen some progress and steps in the right direction by the Iraqi government as it relates to their own sovereign domestic energy production. That continues to be the case. I don't have a different assessment to offer today.
Two more questions on Syria.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Today, the Iraqi Prime Minister Office issued a statement, and they said that Iraq is not stand and monitoring monitoring the situation in Syria, but they will exert all efforts to preserve the security in Syria and in Iraq. How do you see the statement from Iraqi Prime Minister?
So I'm not going to draw any particular conclusions from that statement, DR. What we are telling partners in the region, what we continue to echo is that from our viewpoint, from the United States viewpoint, the only solution is a UN-led one that is consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. I expect that there is actually going to be a UN Security Council resolution on this later today, and we want every country doing everything they can in their power to de-escalate. We don't want to see We don't want to see tensions escalate at such a fraught time.
And lastly, on humanitarian situation in Syria. So far, there are about 200,000 Kurds, Christians, and other people, minority, have displaced. And a part of them, they went to the SDF areas, and which you are your partner. And I've learned that the SDF and Syrian Autonomous Administration have reached out to you, and they are seeking help to addressing the humanitarian situation in Syria. Are you offering any support in this regard?
So look, offering appropriate humanitarian assistance is of course vital, and we think that is critically important. We have for many years now been a important and a robust provider of humanitarian aid to those impacted regions. I don't have any specific announcement to offer as it relates to today, but we are just continuing to monitor the situation, and we'll take appropriate steps if we need to. Willie, go ahead.
Thanks, Fadan. Earlier you mentioned that under the ceasefire, Israel retains a right to defend itself. I mean, does that same right transfer to the Lebanese state? I say this because Israel's new defense minister today said that if it fails to deter Hezbollah from attacking it, the Lebanese government will not be immune from attacks in the future.
So I think you're asking me to again speak to a hypothetical, which I'm just not going to engage on.
Is there something in the ceasefire that says, if attacked, the Lebanese state has the right to defend itself?
So, at the crux of this, at the crux of this long conversation that we've been having as it relates to northern Israel and southern Lebanon has been UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And at the center of that is this notion that Hezbollah will withdraw to north of the Litani River, and that likewise Israel will return to south of the Blue Line back to Israel. Again, but I think to just pressure test your question a little bit, I don't think that there is a desire from Israel to invade or attack the Lebanese people. What we were talking about is specific acts or incidents of self-defense. Again, I'm not going to
still kill 12 Lebanese.
Certainly, I'm not trying to minimize the impact on Lebanese civilians, but I just don't have an assessment to offer on some of these specific incidents beyond just saying that, as it relates to the ceasefire, there is a mechanism in place to address violations, and ultimately, at the crux of this, Israel, if it is threatened or if its security is violated by Hezbollah, by a terrorist group, they certainly have the right to their self-defense.
But it's a chicken and the egg. Does Lebanon then not retain that same right? If they are okay. Let's say Israel is the aggressor.
Again, we are going down a slippery slope of hypotheticals.
It's not that hypothetical.
It is a bit of a hypothetical because on one side we are talking about a terrorist group that, as part of its mission statement, has the destruction of Israel stamped at the center of that. And on the other side, you have Israel, a sovereign democratic state.
It is Lebanon three times.
As part of what we are talking about, and part of this ceasefire is for Israel, at the crux of 1701, is to withdraw to south of the Blue Line. I think these situations are not totally comparable, but I really appreciate you trying. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mel.
Yeah.
Very quickly on Secretary's engagement on Ukraine, and then I have South Caucasus to cover.
Sure.
You guys signed a MOU today with Ukraine Foreign Minister, which will provide $825 million financial assistance for Ukraine. Can you please clear up in what form it's going to be delivered and where is it coming from? Is it part of the FAA or USAID budget? I'm asking because Ukrainian side is asking for providing more additional air defense systems to secure the energy sites rather than just assistance for dealing with the results of Russian attacks.
So in terms of the budgetary line item, Alex, I don't have a specific steer for you, but of course what I would say is that this is another long step of ours in doing what we can to make sure that Ukraine can continue to stand on its own 2 feet. Ultimately, the end goal here, Alex, and you've heard the Secretary talk a lot about this, is making sure that Ukraine can stand on its own militarily, economically, and it can continue to grow and be part of these Euro-Atlantic institutions. But I'm happy to check specifically if we have some specifics on the budgetary information on
Thank you so much.
that.
In terms of delivering that, is there
Sure.
any sense on your end that there's time ticking here?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The time ticking here, you have less time to deliver 825 million on energy assistance.
We continue to work around the clock to do everything we can to find ways in which we can continue to support Ukraine. As you probably saw, Alex, that as part of the surge in the security assistance that the president announced in late September, the U.S. is providing another significant package of urgently needed weapons and equipment to our Ukrainian partners as they continue to defend against Russia. This additional assistance is being provided under Presidential Drawdown Authority, and it's valued at approximately $725 million. It includes a whole litany of systems and capabilities that we think will continue to help Ukraine defend itself.
Thank you. Moving to the South Caucasus, Azerbaijan arrested a leading human rights defender, I should say one of the last remaining defenders, Rifat Safarov, today, and they report that he was supposed to be Secretary's Human Rights Defenders Awardee next week. So do you have any reaction to this arrest?
We're deeply concerned by reports that the human rights defender Rifat Safarov has been detained in Azerbaijan. We're closely monitoring this case. It's imperative that human rights defenders everywhere are able to conduct their work without hindrance and free and fear from retribution. And we continue to urge Azerbaijan to release all of those unjustly detained and to cease its crackdown on civil society, including human rights defenders and journalists.
Any sense on your end that without a failure to secure political prisoners released during the COP, before that and after that, has emboldened the regime?
So I'm just not going to speculate on the decision-making here or what may or may not have caused this, Alex. What I will just echo is that we're urging Azerbaijan to release all those unjustly detained and cease its crackdown on civil society, including human rights defenders and journalists.
Thank you. I find Georgia, I want to get your reaction to the brutal attacks on the protesters.
Won't let me pet her anymore because I have Simon in my lap.
How do they handling this?
Well, Alex, we condemn the excessive use of force by police against Georgian protesters seeking to exercise their rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and expression, including their ability to peacefully protest. The U.S. is deeply concerned by reports of the detention and assault of journalists, and recognizing that a free press, we believe, is a cornerstone of a democratic system. We're continuing to call on all sides to ensure protests remain peaceful, and we are urging the Georgian government to strictly respect the rule of law, human rights, and fundamental freedoms.
Can you say all sides without talking?
I'm gonna work the room a little bit, Alex. You've gotten three. Go ahead.
When is the right time for you to impose the sanctions on the person who has organized this massive violence in Georgia? And I'm speaking about the founder of the Georgian Dream Party.
So, look, I'm not going to preview or speculate on any actions the U.S. may or may not take. What I can say, what we're focused on right now, is engaging with the Georgian government and emphasizing to them the strong responsibility they have to respect the rule of law, respect human rights, and respect fundamental freedoms, which we continue to believe are the foundation of Georgia's own Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. In Bangladesh, British MPs Barry Gardner and Priti Patel released concerned in the UK Parliament over violence against Hindus in Bangladesh, highlighting over 2,000 violent incidents and calling for urgent government discussion with Bangladeshi authorities to ensure protection law and order and freedom of religion for minority communities. Are there any plan to address this concern through diplomatic and policy measurement from U.S.?
So we are consistent with every government in which we have a relationship with. We are clear that there needs to be the respect of fundamental freedoms. There needs to be respect of religious freedom and basic human rights. Any kind of protests should be and need to be peaceful, and that any kind of crackdown, not even crackdown, that governments need to respect the rule of law. They need to respect basic human rights as a part of that, and that's something we'll continue to emphasize.
And definitely you already know that Chinmoy Das Brahmachari, the leader of ISKCON in Bangladesh, also Tulsi Gabbard, proposed director of U.S. National Intelligence, is the member of ISKCON. The Chinmoy Das is illegally arrested, put it in the jail, and no lawyer in Bangladesh willing to stand for Chinmoy Krishna Das because his lawyer was beaten and sent to the hospital. Will you take any action on that?
So I don't have the details surrounding that case, but again, we continue to stress and emphasize that even those who are in detention need to be afforded appropriate representation and need to be treated with basic fundamental freedoms and human rights.
Finally,
in the back. Go ahead. Yeah,
thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. A couple questions on Gaza. Number one, reports are circulating that Hamas and Fatah are closing in on an agreement to select a committee of supposedly politically independent technocrats to administer Gaza. Number one, has the U.S. been coordinating with Ramallah on that process? Does it take a position on this process, and was it discussed between Secretary Blinken and Minister Dermer yesterday?
So I don't have any further readouts or perspectives to offer from the Secretary's engagement beyond that. I've seen the reporting as it relates to this announcement, but don't have anything to offer beyond just saying, obviously for the United States, Hamas continuing to play a role in any kind of governance form in Gaza would certainly be deeply troubling for us.
The U.S. has not been looped into this?
I just don't have any diplomatic conversations to read out.
One other question on humanitarian aid.
Yeah.
The UN has put the onus on Israel to clamp down on the looting that's been happening with the trucks going into Gaza. Meanwhile, the UN also says that it cannot allow Israel to escort those trucks because it's one of the warring parties, which is a complete catch-22. How, in the U.S.'s opinion, should Israel go about trying to stamp out the looting of the humanitarian trucks and again, I guess you already answered the question, but has the U.S. been engaged with Israel in guidance and support in trying to find a solution?
So we've been engaged on this issue, not just with Israel, but other important regional partners as well, including, of course, the United Nations. It is a serious area of concern, and it's an area of concern where we continue to want to see more happen and more diligence given, not just, of course, from Israel's perspective, but also from the United Nations as well.
Can the U.S. provide a solution to it?
This is something we're continuing to engage on with partners. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. China has banned the export of some materials essential to the manufacturing of electronics and some military equipment to the U.S. It comes in response to Washington's chip sanctions on Beijing. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now to help explain all of this to our audience. So, Kelly, I guess the question for a lot of people is, how reliant is the United States on these materials?
Very. Okay. So, I mean, you mentioned it. This is a key input in your phones, in defense technology. And I was looking this up. So gallium and germanium, these are two of the materials that China has said we are not going to sell these to the United States anymore. We get over 50% of what we use from China. Now, we do have some of that in our earth, in the territory here in the United States, but we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to tap into that yet. So we're We're very reliant on it, and we're very reliant on China for this. This is kind of the tit-for-tat trade war we're seeing escalate.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, we often use terms here in this country, and perhaps they do as well in China, that paint the Chinese as our adversaries. Not straight up enemies, but adversaries. And yet, when it comes to the global trade and global economy, we're more tied in together than perhaps it may sound like when politicians pontificate at a podium.
It's a really great point you make, and I think you have seen a lot of countries, not just the U.S., but China, some of these other nations move away from that global perspective and more towards what we like to call a protectionist mindset. Now, President-elect Trump refers to that as America first, make America great again, protecting domestic industries. And we're not alone in this, right? I mean, China is doing that same thing of, if you're not going to give us this, we're not going to give you that. And ultimately, yes, your domestic industries get more protected, but on the global scale, it's not always a win-win.
Yeah, I thought it was also interesting that, as you know, the president-elect has been making comments about imposing tariffs on China, and he frames it as this is a way for America to win. I thought it was interesting that the Chinese said this is a no-win situation for both the United States and for the Chinese.
Well, because China wants to sell their products to Americans, right? I mean, that's how a lot of these Chinese companies make a lot of money. And the United States also wants to have cheaply produced goods that then companies can sell to their consumers, like you and me. And so, yes, President-elect Trump is saying, well, this is going to bring American jobs here. It's going to protect domestic industries. It's going to make any supply chain crisis a lot better for us if we're able to make more things in the United States. But it could also mean that higher prices you see when you go to Walmart or wherever, because so many of the goods that we buy right now are made in China, in Canada, in Mexico, in India, you name it.
All right, so you worked, you worked on Wall Street. You have a background in business. I'm curious, what would come first? Would it be the benefits that the president-elect is saying would happen here, which in other words, hiring would go up? Or would it be we'd feel the pinch at the supermarkets when we buy anything? That would probably hurt us before we see the benefits of companies hiring more Americans. What do you say?
So if they are implemented, I do think you're going to see the prices go up before you see the jobs, because in order to have jobs come here, you need to have capacity in your manufacturing. All of those things take time. I don't want, though, to concern anyone. Don't go out and buy things that you can't afford right now, because you're not going to see the prices increase immediately. Would take some time to move through for you to see it as a consumer. That's if it's implemented, though, because Vlad, we've talked about this before. This could be a negotiating tactic. The Canadian Prime Minister, the Mexican President have already come to the table and said, hey, let's talk things out. So the hope, I think, right now is that we would never see these tariffs go into effect. China, though, is a different story. I mean, we're already seeing that tit for tat.
Yeah, it's also interesting. The president, president-elect, when he was president before Biden, there's so often, you know this, Kelly, he would tweet about how great the stock market is doing. But if these tariffs go into effect, or even if there's a whiff of these tariffs going into effect and the stock market starts to go down and corporate profitability goes down, we're in trouble.
Yes. And look, the stock market doesn't always mean the economy, right? I mean, we're hitting record highs, yet I know the folks at home, including myself, are going, wait, my dollar's not going as far. But in a situation like that, yes, you would see the stock market react negatively, because it would eat into the profits like a Walmart unless they pass that on to us.
That's right. All right. Kelly O'Grady, always great to have you here in Studio 55. Thank you very much.
I'll bother you back. Fine. meowed at me. You sure it was hungry? Arr. Was this live? Rewind it.
재밌다.
Folks is done. Let's cover folks. He was kind of back. He still was leaving. He was behind the backyard. He heard me come back. He was going that way at first. He saw me through the window. We looked at each other. They do have the whistle though, in case. Don't ever underestimate them. The whistles and their light batons. A rave or what? The sporting event. Alright, y'all, that's it for me. Y'all have a good rest of your day. I don't even know if this is live. My mouth fucking hurts and I don't feel like being here. I'm sorry. The cats have eaten. The sun is on the plate still almost, so it's time for me to go. It's Steve, thanks for holding it down. Northwest Media, thanks for hanging out. Ted, thanks for coming through. Everybody else, Mark, Hopper was here, man. Just Bungle. Appreciate you. Joker. Alright, everybody. Have a good one. Yeehaw. Out.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.